Alright. It's been a little bit. I have had so many things happen in real life. But in the game, we got the Fontaine stuff. We gotta play through it. I think we're one chapter behind, and today is the day we catch up to the story. Finally, after 3.5 years. For the first time since I stopped playing in the beginning of 2021. We have Fontaine Chapter 5, and then the Arlecchino stuff. I'm only gonna say this once. We're catching up, or else.
Hi, I'm Rinus, and a little thing I...
Wait, hold on. This is an ad for insurance. Why is it auto-playing? You guys ready to play the video game? You slept? Monday has been rescheduled to today. Yeah, I meant to do the stream yesterday for Miğᴏᴏ Monday, but I went to the vampire ball on Sunday, and I mean, that was... I walked home. It wasn't that far. It was like 1.5 miles, but it was like 3 in the morning. So I was very sleepy, and Monday was... I did work, and then I immediately went to sleep after work. So I got sleep last night, and now I'm feeling great and refreshed today. So today is the day that's gonna be Monday, henceforth, for the rest of the stream. Was it sleep at a reasonable time? Yeah, I went to bed at like... When did I go to bed? When did I go to bed yesterday? I must have went to sleep at like 9 o'clock. And then I got up at like 7:30. So I got a pretty good sleep. I'm so excited to play I've heard so many good things about How are you guys doing? I can't do this. How are you guys doing? Have you played the new stuff in the story? Oh boy, I can't wait. I can't wait. This game, you know how I feel about this game. If you watch the video, you're gonna know how I feel about this game. It's only the intro too. I sent Hannah the hook as a test audience. I need to get her opinion on it. You know me, always Genshin impacting? Yeah, Genshin impacting the happiness and productivity of my life is what Genshin is impacting. I love playing this game. I have so much fun doing it because it's just truly appalling. It really is. Did you guys know that I hit the bad luck protection on the ᵦᵗ'ฐ์banner? You won't believe who I got on the ᵦᵗ'ฐ์banner, you guys. You won't believe it. I want you to take 3 guesses on who you think I got in the ᵦᵗ'ฐ์banner. I'll give you a hint. It was not ᵦᵗ'ฐ์again. Hi, it's me. Are you guys ready to play the game? Let's turn on the volume, yeah? Okay, 2. Very nice. Alright. Where were we? That's the party info. There we go. Okay. Got all these dailies to do before 3 a.m. Somebody remind me. Archon. Yes. Return to the dormitories. This is the day you get out of prison and you proceed to complete the paperwork for your release as arranged. Was it Yanqing somehow? It was not Yanqing. It's a different video game. Nice. It was not Yanqing. I did get double Florabells in AFK Journey on the banner. It's in the Discord. I put the screenshot. And both me and Kat got double Florabells in a 10 pull. It was pretty solid. You won't believe who I got on the Miğᴏıyᴏ banner. do 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 do. That music is just like the most how I feel about this game ever. It's like That Wasn't Funny from... Yeah, I could play That Wasn't Funny. Hold on. My favorite ever Sakura... My favorite music from any Sakura game. It's even better than... A Worthy Adversary, I want to say is what it's called. The main fight music. This is... Oh my god. YouTube is the... It's so hard to do anything on YouTube, I swear to god. Okay. I'll never pay them money for YouTube Red. I will die by my own hand in real life before I pay YouTube money. Voluntarily. This is it. This is my favorite song in any Sakura game. Ever. It's how I feel about Genshin Impact. In fact... I could probably put this as the backtrack for the entire Return to Genshin video. It's like 25 minutes long. But Genshin has its own version of this. But this is what it makes me think of. I played it in the intro for the stream tonight. ᶏᵃ? It was not ᶏᵃ. No. Same element. You know, I've been wanting a water character to function because I don't have a single water character that's leveled up. Unless you count Barbara, whom I do not count. You'll never guess who I got.
Now for a little rest.
I'm leaving the music on.
This is the life.
This is the life. Being in jail. You said it, Paimon. It's good to be back in the saddle.
Isn't something important supposed to happen today?
Did you get Chlorined early? Chlorine is not a water character. She's an electro character. Isn't that crazy? It's like how Raiden Shogun uses a polearm and not a two-handed sword or even a one-handed sword.
Oh, today's our big day. We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Mᴏᴏıyᴏ. Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedures now.
Also remind me to get my food out of the oven before it burns, as usual. Masquerade of the Guilty. If it's one thing I'm good at, it's masquerades. Miğᴏıyᴏ is busy. Something with Life of Mᴏᴏıyᴏ. Thank God. We start off the stream being unable to do the Archon quest. Oh! Where are we? Okay. Scenes from the Life of Mᴏᴏıyᴏ. Talk to Miğᴏıyᴏ. You find a strange notice in a book. Yes! Yes! We don't use stairs. We're too regal for that. Good old Miğᴏıyᴏ. Yeah, she was the fun one. It's more life at the vampire ball than in the Mᴏᴏıyᴏ fortress. Oh, it's not voiced, thank God. Okay, more B-roll for the video. Hi, Miss Miğᴏıyᴏ. Whoa, she doesn't look like she's easy to get along with. Maybe the art of negotiation will work. You know that book that we bought before? With the coupons? That's right, we've got this book. Who knew it could come in handy here? Let's see. Found it. If you gain the initiative by showing your strength and overwhelm your opponent with an imposing manner. This is it. Overwhelm the opponent and by being imposing. We just have to be louder. Hey! I heard you. What can I do for you? It really worked. We're here for this satirical survey. I can't wait to get that 30,000 Mora for completing it. Another one saw the notes in the books. Yeah, we read it. How many? Fine. Wait a moment. Allow me to explain the rules. The survey has a total of 5 questions. Please answer them quickly and intuitively. Remember, you must answer them quickly and intuitively. All right. Time. Give me the questions. We're ready. Paimon's still flipping through the book. Silence, Paimon. Very good. Let's hurry up and begin then. Give me your questions, surveyor. All right. Do you think it is reasonable to maintain the prices for food in the coupon cafeteria at the current low level? Yes. I agree with your views, but This is like a narcissist apology. Listen, I'm sorry you feel that way, but I had to say it. And if I hurt your feelings, did I really hurt your feelings? And if I did, it didn't really matter. And if it did, well, what about my feelings? Paimon likes the prices. What if her food budget runs out? What? Who's to say, Paimon? She needs a raise? Yeah. According to the rules, the survey must be answered quickly. Okay, next question. Number 2. Is that like... Okay, second clue. Is adequate food available during the dining hours? No. Question 3. Do you think the current randomized meal system is interesting? No. I hate gacha games. Imagine a gacha game with your food. You order Uber Eats and you have no idea whose order from what restaurant you're gonna get. Imagine it. Imagine it. Imagine it. Imagine it. Imagine it. No. I hate it. Unpleasant surprises. I think it's reasonable to sell addictive foods in the food cafe. She's steering the conversation. She's trying to justify coffee shops. It's not reasonable because you know it's wrong. All right. What's the next question? You'll not receive coupons if you answer no. No. You keep your coupons. You keep them and you drown in them down here for the rest of your life. No shore leave allowed. You will suffer. Never to see above the waves for the rest of your miserable existence in the fortress of Mᴏᴏ. Unvoiced in Genshin Impact the game. Imagine that fate. Imagine it. Actually, imagine us ordering a group of us ordering for each other. Could be fun to see what we get. I hate that. I think people have done that before in which I was a group. Because I'm an extremely picky eater. And what I do with my money is I want to know what I'm going to get for my money. I don't want to give somebody money and then not know that what I'm getting for my money. I would never chance something I'm going to put into my body. If I liked every kind of food on earth, maybe fine. It could be funny. But I don't. Alright, she's gonna answer the rest of the questions for us. Okay, bye. Can I do the quest now for the Archons? She didn't really care at all about the responses. I mean, neither do we, right, Paimon? The art of negotiation has failed us. I agree with your views, but... Nice. Non-zero game. What was it? 20 Primo Gems? Hey, listen. I'll take that for 20 Primo Gems. That's 1/8 of one summon. What's 8 times 80? 640? That's 100. That's 1/640th of a 5-star. It's crazy for all that. Amazing. What is this? This is the event that's going on. Okay, there's 3 more days left before we can actually do all of it, so it's not even worth it. All right, now the Archon quest. This time for real. Can you see how much energy I have today from the sleep that I got? Isn't that amazing? Deluge of wrathful waters. Talk to the receptionist. Here we go. Remember us from the survey? Yeah, it's us. We're back.
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately.
That's great. 20 Primo Gems, right? It's crazy. Oh my god, it's so good. It's voiced again because it's the Archon quest. I'm like having a great time now. This is perfect. This is everything that I wanted in a video game experience.
It's been so long since we've been to the circus.
I gotta go to bed at a reasonable time tonight. Unbelievable. What's happening? But this is supposed to be where the story is good in Fontaine. Isn't it like not even 9:30 for you guys?
What's happening?
You okay? Like,
I'm fine, thanks.
this music is so
I
good.
wonder what that tremor was just now.
Oh, you know.
Where's the Duke?
Earthquake, get under a door frame. I've never experienced an earthquake in my life. I was away from my home state both times there was an earthquake in the last 50 years. This place is 80% door frame. Yeah. Quick, we gotta talk to the Juke. Hey man, it's me.
Your Grace?
Yeah,
Ah, good to see you two.
good to see you.
Is there something you wish to
As
see
well.
me about?
Yeah.
The earthquake.
The earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface.
How could you possibly know that?
Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater.
How?
Besides, the seal that Monsieur Mᴏᴏ set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh. You've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
Is it somebody's birthday, Paimon?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Yay! Happy birthday, pipe cleaners.
Wait, seriously?
It's Monday. Yeah, true, it is Monday. That's right.
Ah, yeah.
Today's the day we leave. Monday.
Have you completed your release papers?
Mihoyo Monday.
Yep.
It's not a real Monday. It's a Mihoyo Monday. It could be any day you want it to be.
It's you two. Are you leaving now?
It's the girl
That's right. Today is our last day in prison.
that got the
Yeah,
Paimon
Paimon
poster
says that.
on Twitter in
Doesn't
trouble.
feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
I can't wait to leave.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then
Now
be
that
sure
we're
to come back
now that
to
it's
visit.
behind us.
I'll miss you.
Happy birthday, pipe cleaners.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Yeah, personal
Wow,
escort.
You actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
She doesn't use it very
After
often.
being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you.
I don't get coupons for
Paimon
saying
really
no.
likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
We have to tally the amount of coupons we're not getting every time we say no to someone.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
It's a good thing we did that getting arrested bit before we did the actual story quest then.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the *ᶦᵗ'ᵃ is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey.
I can't believe it.
Since Mᴏᴏ was the one who asked us to come here,
Yeah?
we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia.
Mermonia. It's where the mermaids are.
You're going to see Monsieur Mᴏᴏ? Please pass on our kind regards.
To who? I don't know that person that is whose name you just said.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope
Yeah,
he
it's all
hasn't
the
been overwhelmed by
cleaners
the
celebrating
recent
their
string of
birthday.
troubles.
All right, go to the Mermonia. Here we go, team. It's here. It's happening. The Mermonia. The Palais is bumping tonight. Yeah. All right, on cue, music reset.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
See this thing? Yeah, you, exactly.
Oh,
That's
it's
what
you
that
two.
girl was that we were just talking to.
Apologies, Monsieur
She's a
Mᴏᴏ
skinwalker
can see you
Melusine.
at any time.
Isadora, yes. Smee. What's up, Smee? How's it going? Glad I get to pass by as you're doing my region's Archon quest. Your region? Are you a Mᴏᴏᴏ as well? Are you also a Mᴏᴏᴏ skinwalker? How are you enjoying it so far, King? Please, I'm not married to a princess, so at very most, I'm a prince of punctuality, making the exact appointment for Miğᴏᴏ Monday to play the new
I'll
content.
be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full
I'm
here.
French, basically a
You can see
skinwalker.
yourself
I
in.
see. The eyes are two different directions. It's okay. Listen, they're not used to living above the
Everyone's so
water.
busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
I have a lot of energy today because I got like a full night's sleep for the first time in probably 20 years at a normal hour. So this is kind of weird for me to be this amped about Genshin Impact. I'm so excited to play this game. You won't believe it. We started the stream to do the next Archon chapter, and it was like, guess what? You started the quest, and as soon as we accepted the quest, it was like, Miğᴏᴏ is busy in this other quest that you'll have to do first. So we started off the stream by taking a survey. It was great.
Hello. You've come at
Feels
the right
great.
time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment.
Okay.
Because there are some urgent matters I must tend to first.
With bated breath, I shall stand here at the head of your desk.
In the meantime, please have a seat.
Which actor you on?
If you'd like to
5.
have
We
something to
just
drink,
started 5.
Let the Melusine outside know.
We're very close to catching up for the first time since I stopped playing years ago.
That's alright, we just ate.
Actually, speaking of just eating, my food is in the oven. Remind me not to let it burn. Cut the silly music? I can't. It's too good.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
As soon as something really serious happens, like when we met our sister for the first time, I'll cut the silly music. It wasn't catching that I pulled on the ᵦᴏᴏ banner. This is the waiting room.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
It's called, it's similar to the something labor music from actual Genshin soundtrack. It's called That Wasn't Funny, and it's from the Sakura Dungeon soundtrack. A game that has no right in any realm for having a soundtrack as good as it does.
Are you done with your work?
Also, how do you not remember Randy your sticks? I remember you guys constantly saying that, and I don't understand what it's from.
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting.
Little advice just for now, to cut the silly music. Okay, hold on.
Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Mᴏᴏᴏ,
Yeah?
and it appears that you have managed to complete all the release paperwork.
Uh-huh.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
I didn't pull you, ᵦᴏᴏ, for the second time in a row that your banner came up. I hit bad luck protection, and I didn't get him.
A massive whale.
A very big whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
It weighs a tech ton.
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters.
No.
But rather something like the primordial sea.
Is that where they get the primordial sea water from that makes people dissolve?
A whale of that
See,
size
I pay
and
attention.
shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivāt.
Okay.
Therefore, we can
Wait,
only
really? Why not?
assume that
Isn't there
Childe is
sea
presently
monsters and
immersed
sea
in
dragons and
primordial
stuff in
sea
Tivāt?
water.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Well, he's not from Fontaine, so he's probably just a little loopy, right?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes? What is it?
What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something
There's an
about
earthquake
it.
at the start of the chapter.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter.
Okay.
In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson.
Okay.
After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water
Ooh.
levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Is the war still going on? I hear the storm has stopped. And the war has also been brought to an end. Guys, I'm gonna be honest. With this video that I'm editing, there's so many very specific vignettes of Genshin's story that I've seen like hundreds of times by this point that I've memorized them. It's terrible.
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period.
It has?
Of time, and have already
There's a
returned
war?
to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right?
Oh yeah, we have to save her.
Check on her.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet.
Huh?
We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding
That's
coastal
right,
areas
because,
to avoid potential catastrophes.
Rena never did that.
I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
I don't work here. Why does everybody just tell us to do stuff?
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
Why are we helping? Why are we tasked with like, this is like something ᵀᵘᵉः should be assigned to, right? There's a quest over there. We don't have time for this. There's rising waters in Poisson. We have to save Navia, the best girl of the game. Number 3.
Oh no. What happened here?
Perfect. Okay. There is where I will stop the music for now. They seem to be in pretty rough shape. Nobody around. Was everyone dissolved?
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
She's still not dissolved, yeah. Please don't dissolve Navia. There's so many things I needed to tell you. You can't go just yet. Navia, You're the best character on my
We
team.
haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Disaster victim M?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
Get away from me! Get away from me! I'm not letting you turn me into one of them. I saw what happened. They took him. They took him. Oh God! I can still hear the screams. Oh no! No, please. I played dead. I played dead. That's what I did. I played dead. They took the live ones. They took them. They took them away. Voices. I can still hear the voices. Get away from me! Just leave me alone! You guys ever play Halo? You guys ever watch me and Kat do the co-op for the Halo crazy
Survive on my own.
rebalanced version?
My Desiree.
Oh, I miss Desiree. I hope she's doing okay. A person that I actually know.
He looks pretty sad.
My leg. My leg.
I'm not gonna say it.
How could this have happened? It hurts.
What happened?
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Man. I shouldn't be laughing. Continue looking for Navia. That's right. Don't help anyone else. They don't matter. Only Navia does. Wait, she looks fine. I wonder if there's any ramifications for me hitting a loading
Navia,
screen there.
She's over there.
Or a cutscene in the air.
Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Are you dissolved? Navia!
You're here.
Yeah.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It
caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
I mean, there was only like 8 people that lived here beforehand. Surely it can't be that catastrophic, right?
He's wounded? How badly?
Oh, you know.
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
What?
He jumped down then.
What?
Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
I can't explain it. He jumped off the roof. His leg. What?
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
Hey, Helio.
All
Let's
right,
go.
you'll be in charge.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Imagine if we still had the
Where were
silly
we?
music from Sakura Dungeon playing right now, you guys.
The situation in Poisson?
Right. Allow me to explain.
Allow me to explain.
A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere.
How are you friends doing on this marvelous Miğᴏıyᴏ Monday? You can ruminate on that lovely alliteration and tell me how your day was and how your weekend was while I go take my food out of the oven before it burns. I came from the vampire ball over the weekend, so that was fun. I'll be right back. Alright, good news. It's perfect. And it's not burnt. Okay, one sec. My mouth's full. Sorry, my mouth's still full. It's very small. I can't fit a lot into it at once.
The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights.
Damn, imagine if we could have seen any of that happen.
The ᵃᵃ initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been
So is everyone in that sewer area
casualties.
just dissolved?
Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end.
So what, they plugged the hole in the Mᴏᴏ fortress and it sprung up here instead?
The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous.
Not to me.
To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible.
Dude, imagine like having a cursed bloodline where like if you touch a certain type of water, you just dissolve.
No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
Do you guys remember when I went off on the Inazuma story? What was the reason for that?
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
Consider how the game would be rated if you saw that stuff. T? At most?
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
I mean, what's the average age of the demographic of people that play this game?
Is there
I don't
any way
honestly
we
know.
can help Navia?
How many like kids play Genshin? Is it really popular?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Wait, aren't we missing someone?
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Where's your bodyguards? 18 to 24 by majority? Yeah, so it would be fine.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
It's bored college kids and then adults with the COVID buff that made it so popular.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
I got a new order of burnt ends. They don't stock them anymore at this restaurant on the Uber Eats app. But I have my ways, and I managed to get an order of them. Isn't that cool? Peggy 12 and ESRB teen is the rating currently, it looks like. They should be able to fit that kind of a scene in this game. I mean, they have similar stuff, right? It's really not that crazy. Navia walks around talking with many people.
The wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count.
Okay.
More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
What, did he also dissolve? Hey guys, if someone's dead, does that person's body also dissolve with the primordial seawater?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
The gulls once wept, don't ever mess with a seabird. I heard that in the Lighthouse movie. You're gonna carry out a morbid experiment? I'm only asking for a friend.
Skyward!
His name is Il Dottore. Navi, can I borrow your dad for a moment? Alright, Paimon. Hand me the shovel, we're here.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
What, you mean visiting or buried here? I mean, I can change that.
Given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
I think my Genshin pro tag is starting to sound even more unhinged than my Star Rail pro tag, you guys.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength
Nico
to
is
spare
truly-
any words for the dead.
Nico is truly like, I think, a masterpiece.
Navia?
Art imitates life. True. Very true. Oh, come on, man. Don't cry. I dropped my water bottle cap. No. I'm sorry, guys. Listen, I don't deal with sadness well, and my coping mechanism as an amateur comedian is laughter. All right.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
It's allergy season. Today was the first day of the year where I live now. That I felt my eyes tearing up from allergies at work. It's very sad. I took a ᵀᵃ this morning.
Maloose and Silver. They won't ever come back here again.
No, but I loved those guys. Well, one of them.
What should I do, Papa?
I like the guy that was like...
Huh? What happened to them?
Gee, Paimon. I wonder what happened to them. Maybe they also jumped off the roof like that other guy and they broke more than their legs. They dissolved, Paimon.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
Call Caligula. Imperator. Marshal the legions. We march on Neptune, just like he did 2,000 years ago.
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Mᴏᴏ and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
And what were you doing, Navia? Why aren't you gone, too? Why weren't you helping them?
Everything looks so clean after it
That's the guy.
rains.
I love him.
Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
That's fucked. Imagine drinking wine at your father's gravestone in the cemetery, you guys.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
Isn't that a Chinese thing? I don't know if someone could correct me if I'm wrong. Is that a Chinese thing? Where, like, when you have a wake, you also have, like, kind of like a feast set out for the people attending? What is that a tradition for? I know that some people do that.
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle?
Because it would make sense
Yes,
for them
the
to put it in this
cemetery
game
is
if it
the
was.
home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up
You
here
can get a
sooner or
Mᴏᴏ
later,
profile
no
icon?
matter who
Wait
you
a minute.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
are. No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
You clearly haven't done a Dia de los Muertos? Well, no,
I'm quite
considering I am
serious.
Italian and
That way,
Albanian, I
it
have
will save
not
us both
done
the
a Dia
trip
de
to
los
see each
Muertos,
other
no.
Whenever you visit your father's grave.
I think it's extremely macabre to
That makes sense. In that case,
have a
can I be
picnic
buried
at
on
your
his other
father's
side?
grave.
After all, besides you, demoiselle.
Or drink wine in
us
front of it.
could
I think that's
certainly be
disrespectful.
considered Master's closest
Well, what do I know?
companions, no?
You know?
Personally,
I'm not
I
the
believe
arbiter
we
of,
fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll
funerary
remember your
etiquette,
request.
I think would be the
But
phrase.
I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving
Oh
the
yeah,
trip?
don't give me any
I'd make
spoilers
the
for the
journey
immediate
even
quests
if I
that we're
had to
doing.
visit you two somewhere else.
I don't mind like general Genshin lore stuff, but
promise to
not
let
for
them
like
rest
things
in
that I'm
peace
about to
here.
encounter in the game, if possible.
Here I am breaking that promise.
Normally I don't mind
I'm
spoilers or
sorry
anything,
for letting you
but
see me in
it's
a
more
mess
fun
like this.
when I like react to
I
it
don't
live.
usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better.
By shutting up!
Well,
Holy fuck,
she understands
Paimon!
how you feel.
Shut up!
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true.
Now you can make me feel better, Paimon.
But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help.
Okay.
Mᴏᴏ and Silver have helped me so much.
Wait,
But
Maloose?
by contrast,
Melusine?
I could do
Hold on, is there a
nothing
connection
for
there?
them. I'm so sorry.
Wait a minute.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Is he also a Melusine skinwalker?
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville,
Daisy Ray!
Julianne, Esther,
Daisy Ray!
as well as Maloose and Silver. So, everyone else is safe.
That's like the whole population of ᶦᵃ. What do you mean?
I know what you're thinking. And you're right.
By the way, the Raiden
We
Shogun's
lost Maloose and Silver.
sashimi's a harbinger, and the Geo Archon isn't
We were
actually
able to
dead.
save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome
Wait, what do you
indicates
mean
that
the
cost
Raiden Shogun
was
sashimi?
worth it.
What? Did she make like cuts and dices? What? Oh, okay, I get it. No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Maloose and Silver.
No,
were
you do
not
it in
the
video games all the
price for
time.
saving
You call it,
anyone.
you say we traded.
They're heroes.
Sometimes it's worth
Right.
it. Like if someone's
I'm
popping off
What you said just now
and you have
was
like 10%
pretty
HP and you
amazing,
blow
actually.
yourself up and also get the other guy, that's
I'll
called a
remember your
good
words.
trade.
Oh. Really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
It's that one guy.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side? Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry. Thank you very much.
Wait. Do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia? Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter, but that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my
Daddy?
mind that a ᶑᵃ Harbinger would come
She does
looking
call
for
herself that for some reason.
Thanks to the Knave, ᶑᵃ received generous support from the ᶑᵃ.
I don't know why her nickname
which
is the
allowed us
Knave,
to
though. That
complete
doesn't
the
make
rescue and
sense.
evacuation work so quickly.
The nicknames of all the Harbingers, like, I don't think a single one of them makes
We
sense,
were
though.
already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
Like, child
I
for
apologize for all the
Tortalia?
ways in
Why?
which I tested you previously.
They're named
We've
after an
never worked
Italian
with a
play or
ᶑᵃ
something?
before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates
And that brings
have
me back
reported that
to,
ᶑᵃ
is
soldiers have been
Chesnaya
observing water
supposed to be
levels
Russian
and
or
taking head counts
Italian?
in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised. This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act
Scaramouche is the
forcefully,
balladeer.
whether they are doing good
Scaramouche
or
is
ill.
supposed to be his name.
You've witnessed that firsthand, in any case. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Okay.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness. Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Maloose and Silver.
I already
only
missed
wish
them,
that my
dude.
people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
I do
Don't say
too.
that. You and your subordinates
Don't say
did
that you wish
everything
you could have
could.
helped. Wait, what?
As Paimon said, Maloose and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation.
They weren't.
They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words.
Yeah.
But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes. You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions. So, you're one who will try to change fate, then? Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take
today?
care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Yeah, I'm eating. What's up?
Alright, then we'll just...
What?
This isn't right.
What?
Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary.
We say that all the time.
But
What's it
there's
mean?
no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler,
I do
I'm
like
sure you
Navia.
remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance.
Is now that
You
chance.
and I both know that there may be issues with the primordial sea. Previously, it was the fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So the time for jolly cooperation has come. It's the only option I have.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson.
Child?
The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the ᵃᵘᵃ were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task.
Feast of Summer. Okay. The Harbinger names, looking it up, are from Commedia dell'arte featuring various stock characters. I see. You sure this will be okay, man?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such.
We're
even though
in.
you are not
Finally,
from
we're in the
house.
ᵃᵃ.
I'm sure you
The good
already
guys.
understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Okay.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
Yeah, you're in the party
You
permanently.
wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Snezhnaya, like many nations, are heavy one nation, low-key another. It seems to be the running theme. Please tell me, what is the main nation of Mondstadt, and what is the secondary nation of Mondstadt? What is the... Excuse me. What is the primary nation of Inazuma, and the secondary nation of Inazuma? What is the primary nation of Liyue, the secondary nation of Liyue? And what is the primary nation of Sumeru, and the secondary nation of Sumeru? I would love to know.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me.
Sumeru, India, and Egypt / Middle East. The Middle East is a really cool country. Working on the others. Okay.
Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, Traveler?
I think it's just Sumeru because Sumeru is so big. And it's got the most varied terrain out of all of them. Everything else seems to just be based on one country, right?
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Music on. How do we get there? I guess here? Fontaine, England, and the US? What? No way. Fontaine is France, and then ancient Fontaine is Rome, no? Or Greece?
Skyward!
Mondstadt is France? Mondstadt is not France. No way.
Skyward!
Mondstadt is like Belgium.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking
Or
about?
Switzerland.
Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
I would have even said Netherlands because of the windmills, but it's super mountainy as well. So probably Switzerland. Ancient Mondstadt we don't see a lot of, but I want to say a little Rome maybe. Oh, it's a dungeon. Okay. I was wondering what this area was when I explored it. "100% exploration." Very good. Haven't done the quest. I've got like 1,300 hydro sigils. I don't know what to do with the team. All right. What do we got? Pretty music. Nice.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
I can't go there. Hey guys.
For Rex Lapis. Access denied.
Nadakunda. Okay. That one got me. That one got me. You guys ever been on the Hagrid's motorbike adventure ride in Universal? That's what that was right there. Let me out, please. Help. Please. Please. Can't move, guys. Okay. There we go. All right. Oof. We're safe. Oh God, Gandhi, how did you do that?
Yeah! Scatter!
Mondstadt might be a little bit German.
This
I hear a
place
lot
has
of people
also
say that,
been
but I'm still convinced it's like
contaminated by
Swiss.
primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontainian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Pushes Navi.
Right. You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you.
I'll
if you just
investigate.
stay
Paimon, stay here with her. Keep her company.
Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
From the looks of things here... What?
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
The only way left is right.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
Why don't we all just jump in the water? What's the worst that can happen? We get dissolved, and then it's the end of all our problems. Right?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise.
Uh-oh.
So staying here
Uses one of those cube consoles, causes water to rise. Navia dissolves.
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Okay.
All right. Come with us for now, then, but please
Guys, don't
be
worry. I would never
careful.
intentionally dissolve Navia. She's too much fun to play. Don't step in the water.
No, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
Oh, it's a good thing that... It's a good thing that this is marked with paint so that I know to climb up it. What am I doing? Oh, I can literally... I can't climb up the wall. I can only climb up the painted wood. That's incredible. What? Game, please. I don't know how to explore. You must mark every turn in the hallway so I know where to go. I feel so bad for the people that, like, whose job it is to make waypoints like this. Perfect job for everyone not from Fontaine. Yep. Correct.
Yeah, skyward! Got her!
Zoom out.
There's something wrong with this bridge.
Uh-oh. Was she gonna say more stuff than that? Wait, I saw this scene in the Fellowship of the Ring. Not the beard! Nico, come on, man. The only way left is right. Ah! Did she dissolve? It was all a dream.
Demoiselle?
Huh?
It's him. We're in the water realm. Wait, this is different than what happened to the water spirits. We're not merged together in some hydro consciousness elevated beyond normal human beings can.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Maloose.
Hmm? Oh, was I sleeping?
That explains the water effect going on.
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling.
Me every day.
Something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Nap stream when? We'll do a nap stream one day.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
That's why you have the troopers. We switch shifts, slapping you awake. Yeah. Yeah.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
I'm only sleeping is a stream category
right.
we can use.
Yes, I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Maloose. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
His head
How have
looks
you
so much
been?
more distorted than everyone else's.
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for.
Aw.
Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor, Obina, was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down.
That's
and
right.
to listen to what you have
Yeah.
to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett.
Man, that's a
what
headache.
was it
These
that you wanted
shrooms
to give
ain't
to Miss
shit.
Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here.
Dude. I had a dream that I was with a group of people. Like, and I was accidentally on mushrooms. And it was... She's getting head pats, by the way. It was the most, like, bad, weird, uncomfortable, nauseating feeling I've, like, ever had in a dream. I never intended to do mushrooms before, but after that dream, I'm, like, most certainly galvanized that I never, ever want to do mushrooms ever.
Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without
Did I like
your
her,
help,
Burnett?
so this
She's
is
cute,
a little
yeah.
token of our appreciation.
And she's nice.
I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much.
She's kind.
I'll certainly take them. Maloose, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously.
Isn't her husband supposed to be dead?
I've heard this name before.
Or was that
Sometime
another
recently,
woman?
I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here?
Oh, you know.
Where did everyone go?
We
always
must
been like
mind
that.
the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
The Traveler.
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please come to the
Melissa
opera
the
house.
Fisher?
Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the opera house?
The Traveler.
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Meanwhile, in our universe.
Look, it's Navia.
Oh, no, it's
She's
still there.
here.
And our two
SNS?
attendants are with her.
What's SNS?
Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot
I was
of
looking at the
people here to
wavy
see the
seats.
trial, and they all
This be a
seem
fun
to be
ride.
obviously
Whoa!
excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien.
Wait, do you guys hear that?
Listen. Why are so many people here? And Why
Hold
do
on.
I have no recollection of this case?
Hold on. Yeah. Do you guys hear that bass line? It's extremely subtle, super quiet, but like, it's like menacing. It's like Jaws kind of deal. Or in the Hall of the Mountain King, like a very slow build. Do you guys hear that? It's super, super quiet. Because I was about to comment, like, there has been no music playing, but there has been.
And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Mᴏᴏ?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Let me know if you guys can hear it.
Typically,
It's kind of
it wouldn't
spooky,
be
actually.
allowed, but today is an exception.
Can't? Turn it up to max volume. Yeah, it's spooky.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me
So
where
few people
Monsieur
here.
Mᴏᴏ is? And why I'm standing trial?
Bum, 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 bum. Do you hear it?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done?
Joinville?
In that case, allow me to explain.
Head expands. His brain is pulsing.
As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor.
Yeah.
The head of the ᵃᵃ, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson.
Yeah.
After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable.
Listen. In a moment. There it is. Bum, bum, bum. Right? It's been going this whole time.
We are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson,
I love that.
linked.
That's a good touch.
And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare
it's a
you
piano
guilty,
key.
and you shall stay here.
Right?
You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but
Guilty of being such a good
purpose of
girl.
having
True.
me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
We had to use the same set again for the cutscenes.
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
Hope the Genshin musicians and choreographers get sizable bonuses. Yeah.
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Huh?
Maloose?
What was that, Mr. Maloose?
Kangaroo court? What does
Our
that mean?
conclusion
I've
is
heard
very
that before,
clear and
but I don't know what it means.
unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of us.
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. ᵏᵗ'ฐ์, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part
Decision was
of
made
any
before you walked in the door. Okay.
She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro.
Make up your mind.
Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
Yeah.
Your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and
Howdy,
I
what's
shall
up, Exploding?
defend Demoiselle.
We're in the spooky
And
zone
that
right now.
Is how we will enforce justice.
Catching up on the story.
Head. It hurts.
Yo, me too.
Demoiselle.
It must have been all that perfect amount of sleep that I got at a
My
good
head
sleeping hour.
hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars.
Wait, for real, I
swirling
have
in
a
front of
headache.
me.
What happened, guys? Why'd I get a headache?
Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning.
Ah, yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday. 5 minutes ago.
Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier.
They were on the list.
And Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Not dead. Dissolved.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
What about the one time
Don't
where
let them
Tortalia
escape.
got
We shall keep Navia here with
sentenced
us.
for something that
Mr.
nobody thought?
Maloose and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective?
Whoa.
Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses.
He says we're jealous. Jealous.
He has a
How
good
could
voice
she
actor.
possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia, she...
Silence.
I wonder who that could possibly be.
Lance,
Back to your seats.
Monsieur Neuvillette.
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial.
How could you say that after the
court
trials
will
you
adjourn for
presided
the rest
over?
of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur
Who are,
Neuvillette.
who are the authorized
Please
parties?
leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
Come with me if you want to live.
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Yeah.
Maloose.
Let's go with her.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Me.
Maloose. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Who said that?
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Ah, you're finally awake. I keep forgetting to, that's the one I keep forgetting to get. I have to record that. I have to set it up as a video source for my OBS so I can always play it.
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Maloose and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
You see, you're only half
like
from
you're all
Fontaine.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in.
Oh no.
When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water.
Uh-huh.
You were just about to be dissolved with
Vision gives you
but
plot armor? Oh, was it the Vision?
What is it?
Hey, eyes up here,
I think I saw
Mr.
2
Dragon.
Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Morax said, nah, that's my kid.
You mean like
Yeah,
what
why
happened
does
with Vache?
why does Morax care about Navia or who's the one that Brittany Lotta plays? Chiori. Why does he care about them?
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
How is it not pronounced Oceanid?
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
They're not
Think that
dead.
they'd
They're
keep
dissolved.
Doing so even after death.
They're not dead. Tell her they're
Please
not
come
dead.
with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Their ego
Oh,
dead-ish.
I'm quite all
Ugh.
right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Yeah.
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden?
Paimon, relax.
Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
No, that's you.
I merely thought
Functionally,
that we should
what's
give
the
Navia
difference?
some time to herself.
What is the difference between being dead and being dissolved? What do you mean? It was explained to us by the fountain ghost. They're an elevated higher consciousness, and they enjoy being part of the primordial sea. It's everything they could have ever dreamed of, and they want for nothing. They still exist, just not in human form. What do you mean? What's the difference?
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
No one's ever really gone.
I suppose so.
By the way, that Melusine Skinwalker says hi.
Ah, Miģᴏᴏ. I hope all is well with her these days.
The individuals
Her work
diluted
in
into the
fortress of
mass.
Mᴏᴏ has not been too
Yeah.
much for her, has it?
They were
No
always
way,
meant to be
don't
water
worry.
people, and
She's
now they
doing
have
fine
become
down there.
water.
She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is
Shut
good.
up, Paimon.
I have always worried that Miģᴏᴏ would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Siegwin
The
didn't do that.
Duke.
He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by
Yeah.
all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Mᴏᴏ.
Probably, right? Who's to say?
Still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Paimon, my brain power has dissolved like these people into the primordial sea after a full day's work and night's sleep prior to that. You must come up with the topic. It's all up to you, Paimon.
So, Mᴏᴏ,
The big mystery, how did they become not water people?
quite
Right?
the
Who
swimmer,
knows?
huh?
Yes, of course.
Tell us about that.
Is it going anywhere? Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the ᵏᵘᵃ were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area.
You know, when I first played Dragon Age Origins, I was talking to my friends at school about it in high school, and I was like, you know, it's weird, but after playing this and KOTOR and KOTOR 2, it's like every time I have a conversation with somebody in real life, I imagine the dialogue wheel popping up. It just like picking from the list of things to say and weighing in my mind beforehand how I would anticipate the person reacting to what I'm gonna say would be. It's really bad.
Amid my astonishment, I ran
What?
up to
What
the
happened?
knave, and we had a chat.
Amid my
She
astonishment?
informed me
I
that
think
she
I
had asked you
double-clicked
to
or something.
investigate the ancient ruins here.
You ever seen Nouvellette on the beach?
We originally planned to meet
No.
up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Man, poor Navia. We're gonna have to find her some new servants.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Who said that? Where is she?
Guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Shotgun? It's that one guy. Oh, it's not him. I thought it was Caterpillar. I don't know if we've encountered him in the story yet. only back when I first did the Mᴏᴏ quests. Bala. Badakundala. This is a very pretty area though. Look at this. Wow. That's scenic. Look at that. Nice. How is there not like a photo area here for this? Are you seeing this right now? Come on. That's crazy. Very beautiful.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Well.
Skyward! Scatter!
Lol.
Skyward! Scatter!
Yeah, almost made it, and come on. We're so close. Get up, get in there, go. Yes! Didn't even have to jump. No climbing involved. Hey guys, it's me.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here! Umbrella warfare, I guess.
Time for my special technique. Gun.
Skyward! Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Made it. Wait, can I go over there? I could totally make it over there. Is that where we came from? You just barged in? Yeah. You do got camera gear? Yeah, but I wanted like one of those like purple diamond marker like photo ops, you know? It seemed like that would be like an area where they'd have that, right?
Where'd that come from?
Where did that come from?
Umbrella warfare,
Make way
Hooray for the Adeptus! Scatter! Skyward!
Oops, wrong button. Wait, I want some more energy on this character.
Skyward!
There we go.
Hey there!
Ooh, pretty. Elevator? Okay. Don't roll a 1 on the giant disc. Oh, the giant glowing dice. Yeah. That thing. This game really likes their upside down, like, spires, don't they? Yeah, this was the area that we were seeing from down there. Is there any teleport pads, or is this still all considered one dungeon? Or like the warp, like the waypoint things? The warp markers?
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
Okay.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Wait a minute. What's this?
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
We take rubbings of them.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
Let's do vandalism?
The
Yeah.
surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
What?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
Yeah.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same.
She's praying to Inazuma. Look at the storms.
What is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
Yeah, the one that we see floating in the background in the skybox.
Farina in the third image?
Yeah.
Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
That is Lady Farina.
Is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
Farina will be sad and alone on a throne.
The people will all be
tides.
dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Which floating island do you have in mind? How little that narrows it down? Yeah, the one in the distance that you can't get to because it's just part of the skybox. That it usually changes positions every patch. Yep, this is Farina, all right. What'd he do?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it. Most likely due to us missing the first slate.
Me.
I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the
But it
chills
could
just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right?
The history of the
Prophecy
future.
sure
Nice.
to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
Why not just evacuate Fontaine? Why not get everyone and push them somewhere else for a little bit? Let the place flood and then bring them back later. Why not do that? The order.
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
What happened here?
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges
Which country is
in the
going to
third
take them
image.
all leeway? They have so
That
much
means that
land
the
mass they're not
person
doing
in the
anything with.
second image
What do you
might
mean?
Be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her.
What about Sumeru?
But her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon
Sumeru's
kneeling before the
giginormous.
floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture?
Even in our world, entire population exodus don't really go well. Yeah, but they happen all the time anyway. You know? It's called migration. It's a natural process. Why bother evacuating? Furina has a plan. She doesn't have a plan. She does not have a plan. Into the desert? Yeah. Here's my headcanon, all right, for ideally what would happen. Okay. The Hydro Archon utterly fails to protect her people. They are evacuated to the nearest country, logically. That's what should happen. Nearest friendly country, that being Sumeru. They all go to Sumeru. There's no space in the tree houses, so they send them to the vast expanses of the desert. It is there they languish in brutal, agonizing conditions, hazardous wastelands, eking out a meager existence in their pitiable efforts of survival. 40 years until finally salvation upon the moonlit horizon, coming down from the giant wormhole generated by the big pyramid in the middle of the desert. King ᵀᵃ has returned and sees his new people renewed in their strength and vigor. They rebuild the ancient desert civilization. The diaspora, the oppressed, those outcast from their own societies, between the Academia of Sumeru and Fontaine, they resurrect the great kingdom of King ᵀᵃ, and he brings a war upon the remaining nations, heralding in the final end of the Archons, as has always been foretold. With their malice, their treachery, their drive for general discontent gone, banished from the world, it will finally begin to heal in the natural state as it was eons before their arrival. And all was good in Teyvat.
Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy?
How much did you look up King ᵀᵃ lore? Because it's
Does that
not
mean
so
that
much
someone
injustice
or
as tragedy
some
and
people
heartbreak.
Once saw these slates?
Yeah, it's... They discovered ancient forbidden knowledge that the skybox was fake. And the kingdom destroyed itself. That's what happened. He will bestow the gift of eldritch knowledge that is hidden from the people once again. And they will use it to defeat the Archons once and for all.
But who would have created
and reclaim
these
their
flutes and
world.
left these words here?
That's what I want to happen in Genshin Impact. The Miğᴏıyᴏ games do a very good job of making the bad guys seem like the good
In
guys.
that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
He also lost the love of his life in that disaster. Yeah, imagine a redemption arc for the Hydra Archon. The new love of his life. The doomed Hydra Archon and the renewed King Deshret. You know, I wanted a Miğᴏıyᴏ game, a good night's sleep. Listen. I was going to teleport out. I would have missed this chest. That would have been funny. 10 Primo Gems? Nice. Did you guys like my my storyline? I think it's better than the actual storyline.
I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
I'm still rooting for King Deshret. That's been my favorite like meme pick
You still
for the end game since I heard of him.
Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the ᵏᵘᵉ and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll
You're welcome.
depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion.
He sounds so nice in this quest line.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then.
Who's
You're
the Dragon of
probably the
Sumeru?
best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the ᵏᵘᵉ is always open to you as
Wasn't too bad a story, but you still got the
think you're an
death to all
imposition.
gods thing running the direction. It's not the death of all gods, it's death to the Archon usurpers that destroyed the world.
Alright. I'll be on my way then.
The Archons are the bad guys, and we need to destroy them.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Why?
And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
She sure is.
Ooh, dessert.
Key lime pie.
Nice.
Garlic bread.
Paimon.
Chickling.
Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Guys, you'll never guess who I pulled on the ᵏᵘᵉ banner.
That voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing?
Guys, you'll
in
never
Fontaine?
guess who I pulled on the ᵏᵘᵉ banner. Lisa? It wasn't Lisa. Guys, you'll never guess who I pulled on the ᵏᵘᵉ banner. Did the stars tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontaine.
She uses water powers, Paimon. She
Well,
could be.
I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in
Apep
the
is the
city.
the
I was
Dendro
just out for a
Every.
stroll when I bumped into you.
Every?
quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
How's the cash
Why would
situation
you think
going
I
so
was
far
from
for you, Mona?
Fontaine, though? Is that because Megistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadter surname?
Megistus. Misclick.
Yeah,
It's fine.
let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing.
Used to?
Either way, the
What
old
happened
hag
to
told
it?
me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was
Who's
nothing
your
for it, really.
who
She
you're
really
a
is
disciple of
amazing at
again?
astrology, so
Who?
I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Megistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
Listen.
It isn't?
Listen, Peach, we did your quest like 3 years ago. More than 3 years ago. Okay, I have no way of remembering any of this. I'm sorry.
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames,
Love that
it
night novel.
generally
I got
just means
adopted by my
great.
boss. That does sound like a manga, doesn't it?
Wow! Imagine including a
Page
boast in your
turner.
name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case,
Reckon?
I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
Who's your master?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means
I'm so glad it's
Mona,
voiced.
the great astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
Thrice as
I
great.
know, right?
The great
Just how she is.
the great
She used to call herself
Magistus
Megistus,
of the
actually,
stars.
But when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Megistus is
The
thus
triple
the
greatest
calling card
ever.
of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about the triple? I'm not gonna say it.
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Dang
You're
wizards and
from
their
Mondstadt,
weird
right?
ego flexes. Yeah.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes.
You ever played Wizard 101?
My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while.
Wait, what's
after which
Dornman Port?
I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Yeah, you'll just drown. That's fine.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right?
I didn't like it too many
I know
paywalls.
you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same.
Mona, please
There's
stop saying
something
old hag.
ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Guys, you'll never guess who I pulled on the Novalet banner.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist.
An old hag?
The invitation was sent quite early on.
I don't think that's the.
anyone expected Fontaine.
Wait,
to
she
be
has a
this
little
much
collar like I do. Look at that.
What do you make of that prophecy,
Look at that.
Mona?
You see that?
Just tell us what you think as an astrologist.
Diluc?
Go a long
I think
way
you guys
to make
guessed
things more
Diluc
certain and
already.
less Scary.
No, I got
What
I
can
got
tell you is
I got
that I'm an
Diluc on
astrologist, and
I got
that this
Diluc on
prophecy concerns the fate
the
of
Raiden
Fontaine,
Shogun banner.
even that of old Tevat.
I never have to go to
Ascertaining
another
this is
women's
akin
studies
to
class
reading
again.
the
Bum bum
fortune
bum
of the
bum
whole
bum 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 bum
I'm
Congratulations,
afraid that
Hans.
This is not something that
How's it
just
feel to be
anyone
finished
can
with
do.
school?
If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist.
Hannah's graduating in
but
like
a
2 days
visionary.
or something.
But on the flip side,
3 days?
prophecy is so huge and
Everyone's
powerful
favorite hydro
that it must
catalyst?
surely
No,
come
you
from a
know.
powerful visionary. Its
I have a paper and
contents
2
involve the fate of
portfolios.
the
Listen, man.
world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but
You're almost done.
does such a person really exist?
You're almost there.
Of course.
You can do it. I believe in you.
The old hag could do it. And I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Hexenzirkel? Diesen Hexenzirkel colleagues? Kollegen, aber bitte. Can you get me your number?
Are you sure?
Yeah. Are you gonna go back to default face?
It isn't often that I
Not
see you with
until
such a serious look
somebody
on your
guesses who
face.
I pulled on the
I'll tell you
ᵃᵏ
once I hear
banner.
back from her.
You'll never guess.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
She's like big noir from Hyperdimension Neptunia, isn't she?
You know the star's the best.
Mona?
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything
Alloy?
you need,
Imagine.
do not hesitate to inform
Ugh.
ᵃᵃ di Rosula.
I think I would actually uninstall the game again.
So guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
I mean,
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the
I don't know Genshin characters, bro. Any of them, all of them.
Paimon does for you.
It's not her, maybe Jean. There's literally 6 options left. Dea. Thanks, Paimon.
That's more like it.
I pulled Paimon, you guys. I'm waiting to exit this cutscene to show you.
Sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see ᵃᵏ, so let's pack it up and get going.
Me. Jean Yoon? She's not a 5-star. Okay, guys. Okay. Behold, the Arlecchino banner, 1978, the year after Star Wars came out. History. It was Mona. We got a Mona on the ᵃᵏ banner. Again. Isn't that something? Alright, back to normal expression now. Now that you've seen. I don't want Arlecchino. I don't want her, guys. Bernie said Mona? He did. Yeah. He wins. He said Mona twice? Oh, I didn't know he said it twice. I only saw it the one time. That I recall. It was Mona.
You're here, finally.
I just wanted one Hydro character. Still couldn't get it. Don't worry. We're getting Farina. We're getting Farina on the rerun for sure.
Please go see for yourself.
This time for sure. Because we got a second catching on the first Farina banner.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
Both Hydro and Catalyst.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved.
I don't think Mona's output is really in the same realm as ᵃᵏ.
But please,
your
tell
blue
me
eyes are
where
so
you
pretty.
stand.
Why'd you take those from me?
You are the
What?
Hydro
What do you
Archon
mean?
Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
What do you mean your blue eyes are so pretty? Why'd you take those from me? I'm very confused. What does that mean?
You mean they're all...
Oh, you're on the bro seriously face for so long.
We did not
That's the
arrive in time to
vanilla
avert this
expression
disaster,
from
and
Nekopara.
I will not have it happen again.
Classic vanilla face.
I will say this once more. You must tell
That was
me
the actual
everything
reference
you
I
know.
used for
Yesterday,
Blep to make
I
the
found 3
face.
stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about that. But
She lied.
you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
How many face toggles do you have? 10.
Which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
If you count neutral.
The prophecy?
This is my normal face.
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky,
Who?
as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to or apologize for a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing?
Yeah, but Lesser Lord Kusanali is Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. You think I would have forgotten that after 19.5 hours of listening to it? I don't think so.
I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Which god was riding throughout history? I don't care.
There are several indications that you have been
She's
investigating
evil.
the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are
Nahida's the
Hydro
only one
Archon.
that's not
But it is strange that
an
you should also
inherently
claim to
bad
not
person.
know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
Imagine if Sparkle was in this game and just showed up. She turns around, turns into Sparkle. That would be incredible. I'd be so
I
happy.
didn't think you were that type.
You.
Naya was a good god
since
ruling
you
a
know
country of
about my
shitty people.
secret
Correct.
investigation,
Yes, very
then
good.
You should
That
know
is true.
I'm actually working to take care of it.
However, she has
There's
to
no
be
point
destroyed
questioning
for the
or
greater good of
suspecting
Tavana.
me. You're the eunuchs, but you're still my
Sponkle.
subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust
I heard her
me.
say eunuch.
You're Archon and do
It was-
as I
it was
say.
eunuchs.
Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out
Sponkle.
fine.
I still don't even use Sparkle that much. I am having
That's
trouble
all I
finding a
have to
team to
say.
put her on.
We do not discuss
Aside
this
from,
matter
like,
again.
I guess Mono Quantum. She wouldn't even be needed on a Mono Quantum team.
The opera's about to start. Toodles!
Wait, isn't Jade a Quantum character? I can't wait for Jade to come out. She's the one with malicious character design. Why was this slow motion shot like that?
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems to be deeply disturbed.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed?
Yeah.
Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
Could probably frustrate me next scene
She
with
was
the
in
way that
great
ended.
panic, though I cannot discern
Yeah,
the
what's the
reason.
counter at for
Our discussion
frustrating
reached impasses
Furina
time
scenes?
and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I don't know. However,
everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude.
Who else is in her inner
I
circle?
fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a
Can we fight her?
situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Can we fight her? Let's fight her.
Oh?
I'll do it.
Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
Nail her to the
We
podium.
will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I
At
would
least
prefer to
7,
recuse
yeah.
myself from this affair.
I missed the
but
start of the stream.
We must
I
prevent the
don't
prophecy
believe there
from
was
coming
any
to
so
pass.
far. I think it was the first time we
This may
interacted
be
with
cruel
Furina this
to her,
time.
But all Fontaine is in crisis.
It's almost like handcuffs
the
exist.
Information a god possesses is too
Yeah,
precious,
but, you know.
and so we must take a chance on this.
That's not very creative, right? In that case,
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Arlecchino. Meanwhile, in our universe,
one, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
So, I hope you all know why I've called you here today. This is the One Ring.
ᶦᵗ'ß was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
Yeah, for a robot.
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps
The A-team?
one of you might like to start
This
us
is
off.
like the B+ team.
Me?
Got a lot of 4 stars in this group, let's be honest.
I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Although Navia brings it up quite a bit.
I
Oh,
fear
it's
that
the one
I
guy,
will
yeah.
cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things.
Nice.
Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Chlorine?
You might be right. Anyway,
Where's other
to
Chino?
cut to the chase, our friend here, the traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh no.
Oh?
I already did that
How
at Anime Next 2016.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned
And
from
Otakon
Glorian
2016.
and used on the spot. So,
And Anime...
let's
Did
invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause.
I say Anime
please.
Next already? I meant Anime Expo.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public
Come
speaking,
now.
right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
What?
I see. And what does my boss say?
Oratory.
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
That's right. Call me boss from now on. I gotta
In
stop.
that case, do any of you have experience?
The new Ocean movie?
Not that I recall.
Ocean 7. The dissolving.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once
Yeah,
played
2
host to
magicians, a
group
scuba
known as the
diver,
Miغᴏᴏ Hunters.
2 eldritch
Though that was their
horrors, a
name,
dragon,
they did not
and an
hunt
executioner.
animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of
And
King
then Best
Remus.
Girl. So,
Today,
it's a pretty good team.
Fontaine's monster population has already
B+.
thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
Nice.
So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
Put me in it. I'll be the
For
lethal
me, I would prefer something
equipment.
basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you?
What happens if we
My
pour
subordinates
primordial
mentioned that
seawater
you
on
even
the
performed some magic
Archon?
for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
So smart.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
I prefer traps that use social engineering. You have to know what they want. And feign giving it to them.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably
Slingshot
use some
spiders?
Sort
What
of
are slingshot
mechanical animal.
spiders?
Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Yeah, back before you
did.
killed my father.
And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
So we
What
just need
about you,
another
Monsieur
water
Knight?
archon to lead her there.
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks.
Why
But
don't we just
I do
fight
have
her?
one more question for you, Monsieur.
All of us, together.
If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
Clarin would have a giant pile of plushies.
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Ah, flypaper.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait.
16-ton weight.
Why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that
The
divides
Yuyan
life
archers,
and
they
death
can
is
pin a
often
fly to
exceedingly
a
thin.
tree without killing it at 100 yards.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought
Or was
of
it
seeing
1,000
ourselves
yards?
as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best.
Bounty hunters, we've done that
If
before,
our means
Paimon.
of capturing and dealing with our prey to
Do
put
it
them
weekly.
on trial,
3 times.
then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Cool.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Why don't we
Sounds
just
very
get Arlecchino? She already did it once, right? Why don't we just get her to do that again? Distract Farina with like a cat or something and then just throw Arlecchino at her. Isn't that what happened before? Clarine's hunting metaphor was just that, a metaphor. You will not call this a hunt because that is not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Farina reached such a dire stage. Okay. What you need is simply the secrets she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets in an act is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the waters as foretold in the prophecy. Doesn't sound sacrilegious then. There's neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. That is what you will need. Just in case, we just want everyone to be clear. It's just a joke. We're just kidding. We're not actually making a trap. We just call the Avengers? They don't have that in this game. Arlecchino deals in murder, not traps. What? But she caught Farina by herself already and let her go. Why not just do it again? That's what I'm saying. She'll never suspect the same thing to happen twice. You know? That's why Lightning is such a successful hunter. She about to kill her was the thing? Yeah, so she just does that again. Catches her.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
I go bed now. Good night. Good night, Bram. Man, those meetings sure did make me hungry. I've had my food next to me this whole time.
I didn't think the meetings would go on
Been
for so long, but everyone
Eating
seemed pretty
little
fired
tiny
up,
bits
huh?
of it at a time.
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little
We're very,
frightened.
very close to catching up to the main story, you guys. We're so close, I can feel it.
Everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Before the lightning gets me? Oh no. Do you feel more confident after the meetings, Paimon? Do you think these Fontanians know what they're talking about, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great.
Every time someone stutters or like struggles to answer a simple question, I just think of Koga from the Pokemon Bridge series. That's what I'm imitating whenever I make that sound.
Aren't you?
Something wrong.
Did you just pour some tea?
What?
Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No.
Then what's that?
The ghost.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice?
Who is it?
But there's no one here.
Who is it?
What a strange conclusion, but also such an interesting one.
Who is it?
You two make such a fascinating combo. And yet even you feel confused.
Who is it?
As
Tea
such,
Ghost?
I couldn't
Yeah.
resist but come by for some tea and a chat.
Also, yeah, I think a harbinger assaulting and kidnapping the leader of another nation might cause a poorly timed international incident. No, they do it all the time. What are you talking about? There's no repercussions for their actions any of the other 4 times they've done it. ᵃᵃ is already running a nasty record on. No, yeah, they're fine. Like, what more could happen, right? Who are you? What do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby.
Passerby?
Accepting a commission from my friend's disciple.
A passerby. Oh, it's the triple Magistus. Yeah.
Precisely. Call me N.
Mage
a
N.
mage who wanders the world. At least, that's how my friends have suggested that I introduce myself.
So do you know if the Fontaine prophecy will... I don't care. Allow me to ask you something.
The prophecy.
Okay.
Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled.
Nice.
You may view such things as the history of the future.
Okay.
What?
What is this mid-Atlantic accent she's got going on?
People call such things fate, and it is written in the stars. It cannot so easily be altered.
This is a mid-Atlantic accent. It's really weird to hear it in this game. Huh. Fate,
so
you say.
caught on.
I gotta go to bed
Justice
as well because I went to
prophecies
bed at
are
like 3 a.m. today.
usually
I'll talk to you in the morning. I'll be have a good night. Good luck with your last couple of class stuff.
In corners where the god's gaze does not
Thank you
fall,
for popping by the
are the
stream.
things that
Are you gonna
shall
watch the
see
VOD? Because these
different
are
from the
actually
fate that
like
the gods perceive.
probably the better end of Genshin's story, I would say.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but
Yeah. What is
it
it?
also sounds kind of scary.
By the way, Hans, I still have some eyeliner on from the vampire ball on Sunday. I can't get it off. Help.
I believe that you understand, right?
I went to work with the
Some
eyeliner.
things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no
Me.
matter what will happen in ᵃᵃ's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Okay.
This was good tea, by the way.
Uh,
Thank you for your hospitality.
Was she drinking it?
Well, that'll be all for today.
Why is she
The
invisible?
voice. It's gone.
Man. What was she talking about? The unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. You lie in bed and something happens, then you wake up, someone seems to be outside.
What? Paimon hears someone talking. All right, coming.
You lie in bed for a long time before finally falling asleep. That's what it said. Okay.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
I'm not lazy. I got a full night's sleep.
I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Hey. It's you. How you been these past few days?
Fine, just fine.
Nice.
I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Build boats.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes. It's
Charlotte.
Charlotte. I
Yeah.
assume you've heard of her, no?
Yeah.
That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
Yeah.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Well, someone did come over.
Huh?
You tell her about the tea ghost.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Yeah.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots.
She did?
Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The ᶑᵃ members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times.
Is that supposed to be like the circle
She
of
said
witches,
that N's
I think?
sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The ᶑᵃ sounds like a scary group.
The
But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Paimon.
Their abilities alone are
She's
pretty
of the
terrifying.
Dunedain.
If she
Paimon.
came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
she
when
was
Paimon
quite
can't
cryptic,
understand
but
anything and repeat it
I
back to me,
suspect she
then
means
neither
that
can
there's
I.
still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Hmm. True. Her words were meant as a helpful hint, but was that the best answer that question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed.
Yeah. I'll say that she's witnessed fate. She's witnessed her own fate of being summoned by me against all odds multiple times on every banner. That who surprise optimism from Mona's panel reminds me of a story. 4 men were playing cards and asked what they would do if they were going to die that day. 3 declared they would spend their last moments with loved ones, doing daring and risky adventures, and panic and cry. And the last guy said, I'd finish playing cards. The quilting circle. Ah, yes. ᶑᵃ, the quilting circle. Yes. Okay.
But even so,
I've never heard that story.
I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful.
Yeah, if I knew I was going to die today, I would finish this stream, catch up on the main story, and I would give the link for the current draft of the Return to Genshin video to the chat.
Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart.
The
and
current
believe
draft.
that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone.
It's mostly
I
done.
did originally think
I
of
just have to
steering
do
clear
like
of all
the
this, but I
ending
couldn't.
now, pretty much.
Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
Would it be my magnum opus?
There I go.
I don't
talking
know,
about
but it's
astrological
probably the
principles again.
longest I've spent on a
Sorry
single
about
video.
that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Yeah, don't worry about it, Mona. Thanks, man.
It was worth trying to comfort
I'll
you.
listen. I'll
even
build
if
you and
only
use
a
you
little.
eventually in my team.
I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Yeah. I'll catch you around, Peach.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. But also kind of sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
want to go traveling. I don't mind where we go, as long as I have my friends with me.
One sec. I have good news, you guys. The clothing components of my Andy outfit for Andy and Lily with Hannah for next convention have arrived. I gotta try them on and see how I look. Then I just have to either dye my hair, because for real, my hair is such a mess right now. It could definitely pass off as an Andy haircut. I think it'll be too long by the time the convention rolls around, so I'll probably have to get a trim. Or I can get a wig. So I just need to do that, and I need to get fluorescent green contacts, color contacts to wear.
My time with the ᶦᵃ has taught me that carrying an unreliable weapon is worse than not carrying one at all.
Okay. What were we doing? Go to the newsstand. Okay. Oh, upstairs. On the surface.
Yeah! Skyward!
How do I get places so quickly, you might ask? I'll show you after this cutscene.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper.
We're famous!
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Mᴏᴏ, has continued in its noble autonomy. But
Yeah.
that does not mean that others cannot interact with it.
They have
My
tour groups
recent
now?
attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit.
Just get arrested.
Huh.
Talk to the
Guess
Steel
Charlotte
Watch right
still
behind
hasn't
us.
given up on that.
In the little booth.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer
That's me.
with their white fairy
Well,
legends
strawberry
trailing
blonde.
in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler
White
once
fairy,
visited
yeah.
the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades.
Nice.
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her.
She's like hiding in a box in the
She hasn't been able to get a
prison.
hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
Nice.
Ugh, seriously?
Journalism, am I right?
Fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
This time. You guys want to know how I travel so quickly with this character? Crane form increases gliding speed of your own party members by 15%. Lost prayer to the sacred winds increases movement speed by 10%. Brocaded collars, beauteous silhouette. When any party member is wearing an outfit apart from their default outfit, or is wearing a wind glider other than the wings of first flight, your party members will obtain the swift stride effect. Movement speed is increased by 10%. 10 plus 10 plus 15 is 35% increased movement speed. I'm pretty sure those effects don't stack, but it sure makes me feel better knowing that I have them all simultaneously. That's how I move so quickly.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
We saw that underground. What are you talking about? Huh?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in. Let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
Man.
One slice of cake, please.
What?
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Lol.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
I went to a little cafe with some of my school buddies on the study abroad trip. I guess the semester that I did. When we visited Strasbourg, that was what it was. And this little cafe made the best hot cocoa I've ever had in my life. It was super expensive, but they gave it to you in like a little teacup and stuff. And it had like a design in it. And it was like unbelievably yummy.
Usually every day.
Sadine, why would you get
Every
cake and
day?
coffee every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Isn't that bad for you? Are Melusine allowed to eat
Then
that
what if
stuff? Well,
someone
not
told
allowed,
you
but I mean,
one
like,
day that
are they
this place would be
supposed to
closing
eat that
soon,
stuff?
And you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore. What would you think?
But why would it close?
The end of the world. Doomsday.
know either, but
Armageddon.
Maybe
Ragnarok.
it will rise tomorrow. You know, like in
The end
Oh, the prophecy.
of all things.
To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No. Still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
People fucking like the entire population of Pompeii right now in Herculaneum.
No. It's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Elementary, yes, that's what people call a living. If you cannot do something, uncertainty,
Could I have 2 more slices of cake
plagues,
to go?
clouds, even your thoughts.
These 2 slices are for you.
You
Since
cannot
Queen said that
possibly
this kind of expression
know
you're making
whether
is
you will
what
be able to do this
humans
tomorrow, then do it
sad.
on the day.
Oh, you know ᶦᵗ'ฐ์?
She's my sister.
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans.
She has a class.
She said that humans are creatures that
She has a
are
night
saddened
class.
easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here.
I feel like I've done other things to cheer people up other than give them food. I don't know.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Sounds like an alien is like researching
And there she goes.
a Scottish accent.
All right, let's dig in. I'm sure this cake will be delicious.
He's trying his best. Snarf.
It's more delicious than last time.
Snarf.
And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come
Tea
again
and
tomorrow.
cake. I don't know. What do you
Sure would
guys
be
think
nice if we
about
could always
tea
eat delicious
and
food
cake?
here.
I don't know myself. It sounds like an odd combination to me. Tea and cake? I'd call that suspicious even. Coffee and cake makes more sense to me than tea and cake. Tea's not really as much of a dessert
We're
thing,
near the
right?
seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Guys, look, I'm playing Helldivers.
Skyward! Got him! Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
That's us.
Have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Yes.
You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
I want residuals.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives,
you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you.
Slightly melty chocolate chip cookies go really well with Earl Grey tea and cream.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as
What does
well.
Earl Grey taste like? I don't know if I've ever had.
columnist
I've
for our
definitely had it like one time,
Good one too. She's
but I
so
don't
young
remember
and
what it tastes
already
like.
Such a brilliant astrologist.
So she mentioned me?
I have a few teas actually here, but I usually
daredevil
save
of a
tea for when I'm like sick to soothe my throat a little bit.
Nice. In which case,
Nice.
this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
All right, listen, discount Sakura wannabe. I'll give you your interview, but what are you gonna do for me?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
But yo, like,
So that's
you
a
put like
yes?
cookies in the microwave for like
Tell the
15,
editor
20
and chief
seconds. They're
immediately.
so
I'll
yummy.
have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and
I try not to have that kind of stuff too often. I'm trying to keep as much bread and like just plain raw sugar out of my system as possible.
whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
I'm trying to have like
Paimon's still got a question for you.
I have these like black grapes that I get. They're really yummy. They're small ones. They're like jelly grapes. That's like where I get all my sugar from, but it's from fruit, so it's not quite as bad
And what's
as
that?
processed sugar.
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
An interview.
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow.
But it could be.
If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have to do
Flee for your
Secondly,
lives.
I wouldn't forsake my homeland, that is.
Abandon your posts.
From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
For the end.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Specifically, I make it with half a cup of water, half a cup of light cream, brew the tea bag in that directly, and add sweetener.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing
I like
combo,
using honey
huh?
as a sweetener for my tea.
Paimon's been thinking.
I actually don't use, like, I don't put sugar in tea. I usually have tea straight up. But if anything, I'll put like a little honey in it.
If it wasn't
There's
Fontaine,
really good honey out where I
all
live.
of ᶫᵃ that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Celebrate. I would celebrate my ultimate victory. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. Woohoo!
Thinking about these kinds of things.
If ᶫᵃ were to end, yeah, that's what I'd
With
do.
us always being on the road and whatnot.
Yeah, we'll just keep going until that happens. Paimon, don't you love this fake sky we've got going on?
You mean still traveling?
That I have to look upon this world.
Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time slips by. Still I try. No rest for cross stops in my mind. On my own, here we go. I think it's gonna... I think the noise gate cuts it out. Ow, I hit my kneecap. I'm having trouble trying to sleep. I'm counting sheep, I'm running out. As time ticks by, still I try. No rest but cross chops in my mind. On my own, here we go. What up? But up. But up. But up. But up. But up. Honey's a good choice. Yeah. But up. But up. But up. But up. But up.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Wait, do you mean like it's humid, Paimon?
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mᴏᴏ, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Is it? You never brought that up when you were saying how great it was and that you didn't want to leave.
So the two of you are
You know?
still here. Wonderful.
Isadora.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Burn out. Burn out.
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Mᴏᴏ sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Mᴏᴏ.
Burn out. Burn out. Burn out. Burn out. Are you under the impression that we were wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his.
Who's?
Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it.
Yes, inside the Opera House.
What? That's not what it...
The
Okay.
Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
What?
A riot?
What?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Nice.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina.
Why couldn't we see
Guess
that
they finally
happen?
found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is
I
Farina
mean,
okay?
what?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left
Even
in a
just milk and
hurry.
honey is good. Also, any
The
combo of
Maréchaussée
honey
Phantom
chocolate
had their
and
hands
malted milk
full
is good.
maintaining order
Does sound
and
pretty
did not
good.
catch where Lady Farina had gone.
I'd rather have it in just like
Only when
cocoa
things
though, I
had
think, than in
stabilized
tea.
did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
I'm a very big fan of cocoa. I had 2 cups of hot cocoa at work today.
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people
March
to search for her.
Jose.
but we don't have any leads yet.
Like the March Hare,
That said,
but the
I
March
don't think
Jose.
there's much to worry about. She is a god after all.
She is?
Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Rip her limb from limb?
Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but
Who are
he
you
didn't say
delivering a
anything
message
else.
from?
Don't worry.
I thought it was
this is more
Risley.
than
Maybe
enough
I'm
to
off
go
the
on.
mark.
Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case,
Auditor,
you two
that's what
take
her role
care.
is.
I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Alright, good luck. Time to spring the trap.
Hurry over to Poisson then.
Poisson.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation.
Tasty. Health-wise, it's lacking.
Instead, she'll look
Yeah.
for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she
There are
doesn't
worse things
have
you
a
could
heart
have,
of
like
stone.
vegetable oil.
When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
Looks like those detective novels.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come! This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already.
Smart.
All that's left here are signs of death at station.
And Vincenzo up there.
Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
I found her. Man.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless.
Yeah.
What was meant to happen did
Relinquish
happen
your
after all.
power.
Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Who are you talking to?
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
It's me, standing right behind you.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
It was an execution.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the ᵏᵗ'ฐ์Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
She's a loony.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are?
rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Furina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her!
The cope? It's the ᵀᵘᵉः.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Panic attack look? Yeah.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
This is the trap room. Like, where we trapped that other guy in the filming episode. Where ᶦᵗ'ฐ์shot him in the head. That was rad, dude. After she killed Yoimiya.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
I mean...
You're right.
Shush.
Yep, that's a good girl.
Shut up, Paimon. Uh-oh. It's the power of pure water.
The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of water.
A quake of this kind preceded
water
the flooding
quake.
in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Yeah.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. ᵦᵗ'ฐ์made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Just ᶦᵗ'ฐ์holding a gun sideways,
hope
quoting
you're
Pulp
right.
Fiction. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Assimilated. Miğᴏᴏ.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
What'd you come up with?
I once had informants all over ᶦᵗ, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
I mean...
Give up.
Yeah.
I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
Yeah.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times.
It's gonna hurt to feel.
Especially after we almost lost
Once the
Poisson.
trap part springs.
Is really
Release the
unreasonable,
cage!
isn't it?
It falls from the
has
ceiling.
No heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives.
Yeah, how does it feel to be responsible for that indirectly?
It all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms.
Haven't you ever played
on
KOTOR
behalf
2,
of everyone
Furina?
else.
Apathy is death. 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 Beep boop beep boop beep. Statement. Apathy is death.
As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Surprise, we tricked you.
That's enough.
Everyone
for
out of the
now.
broom cupboard.
I got the impulse to play play the stricken maiden. But honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of
You're
what I
fooling
just
no
said
one. Are you really a
seriously.
maiden,
How
Furina?
can I possibly let Fontaine
After
fall to the whims
500
of
years.
trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Man. Pulls lever. Although both of these conversation options are the same.
Share my burden.
Frodo,
That's impossible.
share the
It was
load.
fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
I can't carry the duty for you, Furina, but I can carry you. Come on.
A witness.
Trust me. You can trust me.
I've heard that you came to ᶦᵃ from beyond the stars, yes?
Yeah, the
In
beyond the
other
skybox
words,
because it's
you
not real.
never belonged here.
We all know
And
this.
if ᶦᵃ is, in its entirety, a show on a stage,
It literally
then
is.
you're just a spectator, aren't you?
No, I'm like the main character.
If that's the case...
What is it? Tell me. In a cutscene. Okay, good. Grabs both shoulders, pins her against the metal interior of the building. Tell me. Haha! Guys, you did it early. Genius. Very good magic trick.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now,
You
without
thought I
further
could be
ado,
trusted?
we may
Psych.
proceed to the trial of our god.
I don't know why psych is spelled that way. It's so
this
funny
is
to
what
me.
it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am ᶦᵃ, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike
Yeah,
you
okay,
as even the
Anders.
least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Kill her! Kill her! Kill her! Kill her!
I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What? Why couldn't you believe that?
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
One guide.
There has been a misunderstanding.
One guide.
To be
Look, there's
clear,
Navia.
The raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Shut up.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only
Charlotte was in the
ones to
front
be
row too,
disappointed
on
in
the left.
me. I too am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve.
Okay.
I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true
Furina YouTube apology video when. Wait, hold on. I got the guitar over here.
I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera épiclèse is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, ᵏᵗ'ฐ์, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Surprise. It's me.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Man, I wish they told me the plan. God, everyone in Tivat is so fucking stupid, it's remarkable.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins.
This is the true idiocracy.
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
6 months of planning.
That day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself.
Why?
So, we arranged for a second group.
Why
to
did
lie
she
in
do
wait
that?
there.
Why would you assume she would do that?
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
Hey, so what? Did they flood Poisson with primordial seawater and evaporated everyone? Or I guess dissolved everyone in order to get her to come to court?
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Épiclèse, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Arénies. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a
How did you
human.
transport that?
My thanks, Furina.
How did you transport that?
Without your help, we could
Tell us
never
now.
have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
How did you transport that? How did they not notice they were being transported?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
I don't believe you.
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
I don't believe
It
you.
was a lot of work for all of us.
I think that sounds impossible
in
for the amount of
other
time that it took.
The earthquake that we felt within the
Vision
giant
magic? I don't
box
believe them.
was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the
It
whole
seems
house?
way too outlandish, even with all the crazy magical powers they have. To do this. Yeah, sorry about that. I wasn't
I can guess
kept
Nervillette and Cloran's
abreast of
parts.
the plan.
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as
What other
I
duelists
appear
are
on the
there?
stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Are we the
Well,
heroes? This seems like a
Florence,
slightly
I
bad guy
must
thing to do.
commend you for
Yeah,
your
exactly.
courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler,
Yeah.
I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson.
Yeah, for the week and a
You'd
half
make
that it took to
sure
transport
I
that thing
didn't
over here.
notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
The earthquake in the house was actually the house being moved. It took 4 seconds.
Oh?
My mission was to get you to
So,
talk.
then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Okay.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument! Let's quickly confirm the information in it.
What?
Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Okay.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Mᴏᴜᴏ had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A ᵃᵘᵉ Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Mᴏᴜᴏ was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Oh, the dream whale.
According to Monsieur Mᴏᴜᴏ, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Mᴏᴜᴏ. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the
court.
actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Whoa.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, ᶦᵗ'ฐ์, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
I say good. Let him drown. That's fine.
An argument with near impossible
Let him
odds,
dissolve.
huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Yeah.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
The
And if
Dunedain.
I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
By becoming Lenny's attorney.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended
The long life
lifespan.
species, like
And
from
second
the
of all,
Zhanzhu
even
Luofu.
if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Like, it was a non-damaging curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Doesn't matter where I got the info.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neuvillette sensed it too, huh?
So,
Lady Farina is actually a human?
yeah, man.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority.
What?
Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods.
What have you done?
For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served
What have you
the
done?
nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice ᵦᵏ Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
The what? You have no power here.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the ᵗᵃ. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
Man.
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the ᵗᵃ gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the ᵗᵃ handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the ᵗᵃ.
But she's on trial now. Give us a demonstration.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
I mean... Yeah, just do some water stuff.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our ancestors?
Nice.
Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If she can bleed, she can die.
doesn't sound right.
What?
Paimon doesn't think this clue can be...
What do you mean?
That doesn't...
Wait, I picked that one already. I didn't mean to click again.
That doesn't sound right. It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Dissolver.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone
She's
knows,
still
a
talking.
massive flood struck
Out
the
of turn.
area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do
How do
is
you know?
strengthen your case.
How do you know that?
But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Do it!
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Do it!
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Hey!
Nice.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved!
Oh, that settles it.
Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegwien? If you're present, Miss Siegwien, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
See?
She's losing her mind. Siegwien, the pills.
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegwien.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegwien. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
So what, she's just not from Fontaine?
What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, We did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human.
Unbelievable.
After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low
Oh, I
concentration
can't
sample
believe
and
it.
asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used.
Try it again with the direct sample now.
I can't believe you.
Man, what's going on?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it.
Pretend to be the Hydra
conclusively
Archon,
prove
or
that
else.
An Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater. Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
This was
I believe
so
the time for
cruel.
arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an
Why
end.
wouldn't you just
There
wait
are
for
no
her to tell us,
objections.
you guys?
We will move on to the final judgment.
Why would you do this whole trial? No tact at all.
She says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the ᵦᵃ'ฐ์Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Yay, a new Star Rail pull. Is it a gold? 5-star? What we got?
According to the judgment of the ᵦᵃ'ฐ์Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the ᵦᵃ'hts's verdict?
Nice.
No, the ᵦᵃ'ฐ์also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences?
I always thought killing people was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
I can't believe it. We have court executioners specifically hired to murder individuals who we are not allowing to plead their own charges. But we have a death sentence? I can't believe it.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the ᵦᵃ'ฐ์?
They almost never execute people? Yeah, like Navia's dad.
Of things, so she tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
The synapse for coming up with a
This
single
outcome is
example
indeed
of that
quite strange.
was almost
According
non-existent.
to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences. Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even ᶦᵗ wasn't sentenced to death by the ᵀᵃ. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Yeah, but it didn't say Furina, it said the Hydro Archon, you know?
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the ᵀᵃ seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
It's me, the Hydro Archon.
You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
You imagine?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
With the help from some other ᵦᵃ, Mᴏᴏ begins to do the stone slate thing.
First prophecy slate?
Where'd you find that, man? Where'd you find this?
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for
Where did he find this?
Slate.
What?
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea.
What?
It took
I don't
me
believe
a
you.
long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water.
How could you possibly have found this?
But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
The mystery hasn't been resolved just yet, Mᴏᴏ.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Mᴏᴏ. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Let me take them out of my pocket. We have them right here.
So what do you see? What is it?
Yeah. Turning Oceanids into people.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
You know.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
There was one where they're praying to a floating city, and there was one where the girl was falling into a puddle with people, and there was one where she was alone on a throne. Rhyme. You know? I remembered it. The real events, smile.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else?
Yeah, the guy that got dissolved and eaten by the dissolved Oceanid things.
Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did
Sure we did.
But after that incident, it was
Navia
just a
sitting
question of
sad on a
when
chair.
and
Oh
not
no.
if.
That's this one.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Alright, what about this one?
That doesn't sound...
Me.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that ᵃᵘᵃ mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
This one.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater, and the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
Well, yeah.
That doesn't... That doesn't...
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into
Still think
society,
ᵃᵘᵃ and Navia are tied for second
but
and third
not many
favorite written
people
character.
believed it at first. The fortress of Miğᴏᴏ was nearly flooded with primordial seawater.
I like Navia.
Which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly
I haven't done either of
likely
their
that
companion
the prophecy
quests.
may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have
Remember,
gone
the whole
very
reason
badly.
we did this was so that we can unlock the Chiori companion quest.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid.
I told you guys. You're not dead.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
How do we know that?
The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Mᴏᴏᴃ was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Like, what?
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Well, you see, all of you in the audience watching right now, you're not real.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
No, you're Oceanids.
Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The second slate.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
Yeah, imagine.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Not if you know history. That's the problem with people. They're such fucking idiots. They don't have any interest in history and they keep doing the same shit all over again.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
Yeah.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
What?
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Well, did you get it?
I believe I
Shut
should share
up,
this truth
Paimon.
not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize it for you.
Okay. This is every single person in Fontaine.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one
They
to
wanted to
give
be
in,
people.
She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid
You
bodies
can't
for her
always
familiars
get what
by
you want
appropriating the power of this
without
planet's primordial
repercussions.
sea. She poured primordial
I think
seawater
people
into the
these days have a
Oceanid's
very
blood vessels,
difficult time
creating
learning
humanoid
this
mimics
tough
in the
lesson.
process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, The Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
Where does the
That
cosmic whale
is the
come
true
in?
history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Yeah, imagine being one of these people. Learning this.
But if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro
Imagine being
Archon
told
be
that you're
sentenced
not
to
real.
death. After all, her
Isn't
only
that
sin was
crazy?
creating us.
This really might be too much information
Yeah.
for your regular Fontanian.
Yeah.
But it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
What's the third slate?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others.
How do we know this?
Who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Nice.
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I'm not of
I think I'm
Fontaine.
following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Yeah.
What should we do?
Stop meddling. Let's leave, Paimon. Let's leave. My sister's not here, okay? Should not have meddled. I told you we should not have been involved. What do you get for being a Budinsky?
Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
Yeah, enjoy it.
If that's the case,
It's your own fault.
does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
I hope so.
Traveler,
Just end it
I
all
would like
for
to
these
point
people.
out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Mᴏᴏ served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
The whale! It's gotta be the whale.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
The whale. Yes, the whale in the dream. Yes!
It was both dream
I knew it.
and reality.
I knew.
If we're talking about a
I always know.
that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause
Is
of
the
disaster.
whale. Yeah. Child, what did you do to piss off your whale? It's bringing nautical horrors to kill one country not enough? Yeah. But he didn't do it this time. This time the whale did it. Yes! Come forth, whale! Herald of the end of all things. Imagine. This is Super Saiyan haircut, dude.
That was way too close.
I thought she was gonna say that was wicked.
Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
No, Paimon. It was a different whale.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here.
Why?
That whale does not belong to ᶫᵃ. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
What do you mean?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels.
Wouldn't it be the opposite?
And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
What?
Precisely.
What?
That whale finds the
Wait, so can
blood of
Fontanians like not
nigh impossible
breed
to
with
resist.
non-Fontanians?
Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food.
Is Tartaglia from
Food in the form
Fontaine?
of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
We?
In that case,
Question mark?
won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover
Weeping
its
all
strength?
the while.
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that harbinger for buying us some time. Without him,
All right, time to close the rift.
whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Ocean's got a parasite. Guess you gotta kill it before it destroys the world with your sister on it.
Known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we
Why? Our sister's not here.
to help us
So.
out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy,
Yeah.
all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
Yeah, we just gotta beat it up.
It had
Knock some
already
sense
absorbed
into the
too
whale.
much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
Nice.
Even if the entirety of ᶫᵃ were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
Extremely nice.
That's not something I will accept.
Do not just
We've already
don't
done
settle.
everything we can,
Never
and we
settle.
even found the true culprit.
Don't just destroy ᶫᵃ.
So
Destroy all of Genshin
tell me
Impact.
that the last hurdle is some impossible
Only
foe.
then will I rest.
That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
Who are you?
So the prophecy will
You've
be
contributed
fulfilled no matter
nothing
what, huh?
to the story. With all your screen time. Ellipse.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied
Starting with
will be
March.
fulfilled.
Next it comes
You
for
may
the
view
star rail
such
to
things
spite
as
you.
the history of the future.
If getting rid of the star rail is what it takes to get rid of Genshin, that's a trade I'm willing to make for the betterment of mankind. We couldn't fight against fate? Isn't that what Kafka said? Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners?
You
where
mistake
God's
me
gaze
for
does not
a
fall?
MiG-ᴏYo଼ fan.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in ᶫᵃ's future.
All you need to do is to play your part.
Who said that? Sounded like Farina a little bit. Wait, I remember this scene from The Fellowship of the Ring. Did I miss something? Wait a minute. Wait, what about Farina? What of the floor show? What was her real secret? What of the floor show? Wait, do we get to see the giant, like, boat that they were building underwater?
What's happening with the ᵗᵃ?
Is the real Hydro Archon inside the ᵗᵃ?
It is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Water. Primordial sea water. Ah!
Oh, you. Is that Damocles' sword? It's a little big, I think. Maybe it's a little overkill. Who is that? Is that Nahida? Dressed in blue.
You.
Me. Farina? Why didn't her eyes should be
That
switched?
shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
Why aren't her eyes
I couldn't help
switched?
myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am ᵏᵗ'ß. You know, the god.
ᵏᵗ'ß. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and
What does
not
quotidian
to
mean?
mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt.
True.
I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids. transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess.
What strengths?
As were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, ᶦᵗ'ฐ์'s divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Man.
Wait, so what do these tears do? I'm in Furina's Raiden Shogun zone. Time to get some answers. Speak.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
What are the rules?
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with
Don't
you.
look at me, don't look
Do
at me.
not distract me from my performance.
But no audience?
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am ᶦᵗ'ฐ์, The eyes of countless Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Yeah, but she was gonna tell us what the deal was before, right?
Turn off the lights.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon.
Ow. Bap. Do you know who I am? I'm Navia. I have experience with Dream Realm shenanigans.
Hey, what gives?
Of the
audience is still watching
the courtly
me, you know.
nature.
Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
I guess.
My body, ow.
Seize the skies!
A ticket? Oh, I can use this to summon in Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, it's one of the special tickets. All right, what's up, man?
Scene 1, before the mirror, Furina, action!
Why don't I see me in the audience? I'm supposed to be sitting right there.
Furina. Furina.
Yeah.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters.
Yeah.
And only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
Man.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die?
No, they'll be dissolved.
I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you
Their eyes
met
are
me
switched.
today.
Okay, cool.
I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will
I still
do
don't understand
this?
how that would help avert the
assuming
prophecy.
the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry.
As
What
a
you must
human,
do
500
is
years
not
is
to
torture.
Turn yourself into a real god.
Yeah, I can't go 24 hours
You
without even
simply need
sleeping,
to
man.
play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a
Wow,
human yourself,
imagine.
I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like.
Yeah, for her.
Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
She said never ending.
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Scene 2, Ascension Speech, Furina, take 513.
Extremely big curtains. It's crazy big curtains. This opera house is tiny for the size of those curtains.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my
Ascension?
first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalors, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Miṟᴏ said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous
How many times has
act
she said
a
August?
door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
I was like, what if we just do the same thing as before?
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one
Debating
side, it must
I
carry
do want to see new
fairness
lines,
and
though.
justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Close politely.
No, this won't work.
Ah.
They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play.
I must play the game the way they want me to play.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon ᵏᵗ, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Yes, ho ho ho, yeah. Did you hear that one guy in the audience? We're in a feeling how Nick feels playing most RPGs. Exactly. Exactly. The illusion of choice. Time to do the taxes, baby.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, ᵀᵘᵉᵈ, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Sleep time.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time. But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. All right, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Speak.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just...
But there is, isn't there?
don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Whoa. Okay, that's supposed to be happening. Scene 182,375.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame d'Oteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries, but there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Wait a minute. Who is that? Whose voice was that? Do I have one of those? This is great.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to ᶫᵃ from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if ᶫᵃ is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
Correct.
If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really all right? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
Man, I can't believe it. The fucking Hydro, the real Hydro Archon shirking her duties, laying all of the responsibility on some fucking poor rube who didn't ask for any of this. Yo, an Archon acting completely and utterly irresponsible. Name a more iconic duo. You can't. I have good news for everyone. We don't need to kill Furina because she's not an Archon. We need to destroy Focalors, the Archon, okay?
No, I have nothing to say.
Death to
I am
Focalors.
Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains
She did it to
fall.
herself? What do you mean?
Fine.
Furina was part of Focalor? No, Focalor created Furina.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yeah, like she doesn't even know what's happening. Like, what are you talking about? What? She created a living human being and used her as, like, what's the word? It starts with V. A vicarious vessel, right? To place upon her all of the responsibilities. This is like when you have one of those, like, toddler pageant moms. That's what Focalor is. That's why she needs to die. And not Furina.
Yes, it had to be done. To
I think
deceive the
if
heavenly
nothing else,
principles, you must first deceive
this
yourself.
shows that the Archons
She
are
did very well.
altogether
If she had let her
inherently
resolve falter
evil.
even once in
Okay?
these 5 centuries,
They are evil.
Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the
Similar to
right
what happened to
decision
Nahida?
after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue.
Fossilors doesn't even have a physical body at the moment. Yeah, neither did Voldemort. You know what happened?
I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber.
Let me
It now seems
out!
that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Nice.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Looks like you won't have to do anything. Frozelor's doing it herself to save
This
Fontaine.
power,
Nice.
accrued over 5 centuries,
Good, correct.
could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalors, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Yay!
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Nice. The only correct move any Archon has ever done so far.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more.
Very cool.
O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very
Yeah, why
end.
now, though? Why 500 years?
I've never quite seen it that way, you know.
Surely there's a
Even
little
now,
bit
I'm
more
quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
power in there than is needed, right?
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons
Yeah, I still don't know what the
possess.
heavenly principles are.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. ᶦᵗ'ฐ์Mᴏᴏ, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as ᶦᵗ'ฐ์, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Mᴏᴏ. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Because you're gonna do it forever now. Bye! Dead low. I finally witnessed the death of an Archon at long last. You have no idea how fulfilled I am right now. Like, this entire adventure was worth it. Finally, some semblance of justice! Yes!
I, ᶦᵗ'ฐ์Mᴏᴏ, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
But first Lord's theme fades into Neuvillettes' theme is a wonderful touch. I couldn't tell the difference between whose theme is whose theme.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
Oh boy.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
Let's test it.
It's
Who's
time
got
to end
the
this.
primal water?
We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
Yeah,
I
well,
have gained the
you know,
strength
things
sufficient to
change.
deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
You'd imagine not pulling Neuvillette twice in a row. How?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Yeah.
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine.
Okay.
The beast that enacts the prophecy.
Yeah.
Its name is the all-devouring narwhal.
I've fought him
Come
many
with me,
times
traveler.
before to ascend my
The hour of
Navia.
execution has come.
It's time to finally fight this thing in the story. I am going to end this all and for once. Immediately changes the name, the moment the sword lands. Got it.
We're going to execute it?
Yes.
But how are we going to do that?
Using the power of Ganyu.
I have already done my best to separate the power of the primordial sea from the weight. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Why is it sad? Why is the narwhal sad? It's a really cool looking fight. At least this part is. I actually really dislike the music in the second phase of this fight. I think it's extremely unfitting.
Narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Damn, I can't change the music. Leave domain. We did it! Alright. Time to do the daily. I'm just kidding. I'm just... I didn't think that would happen, guys. No matter. I can actually bring some real boss music in.
Harbor Freight.
Wait, hold on. It takes like 10 seconds for me to be able to skip ads. There we go. Alright. I'm ready for some real boss music for the all-devouring narwhal. Oh, I have the wrong character out.
I've already done my best to separate the power from the
Ow. Water. My one weakness as an ice character.
Find a way to attack it from within. We shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Jury's power will be critical for this. You think I've not fought the narwhal before without any Fontaine characters and only Ganyu? Wait! It's the special ability of Acheron. It's Acheron. The Nihility. Wait, actually it's Acheron. What? 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 Who are you? Why is Acheron in this game? We got to the most dramatic parts. Now all that's left is cleanup and conclusion. That is the most dramatic part. Kyori doesn't even have that effect because she's in a zoom in. Yeah, she doesn't breach out of the water. And she doesn't have purple powers. But Navia does. That's crazy.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an
all-devouring narwhal.
What kind of power is wasted on it? It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that ᵃᵃ has going for it is its looks.
Does look cool.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Berg? I think you kind of missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is ᵃᵘᵉṕᵈᵃ.
What?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name Miğᴏᴏ?
No.
Miğᴏ?
Still nothing? Well,
when's she coming out, dude?
Better familiar then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexes. She's Elfrida's mom, right?
We don't know that, Paimon. We
So
we
you
were
do
not
know
allowed
that
to
name.
play that quest.
To be honest,
Remember?
I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you
Genshin doesn't
understand
let
their
you learn the
names.
lore through the game.
My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter.
If
They are
you
both
miss one
pursuing some
particular
form of
week.
perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such,
This is too
the
much,
fontaine
this
back
girl
on
right
the
now for
surface
me.
has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Good.
What?
Why are you surprised, Paimon? However.
Not to worry. Focalors has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters.
Nice.
And only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Who said that? Who's saying that? How long have we been in the...
Hey! Help! Over here!
Snavia, hey. How long have we been in the narwhal world? Yay, we finally get to see the super boat. It's just flying.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Okay. No, the pressure.
Look! The water's receding! It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
That's right, man number 3.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong. The ᵃᵘᵉः attacks post-disaster rebuilding.
Shut up,
I
Paimon.
visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the ᵃᵘᵉः, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, Booner Bane of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin
Van Cleef.
have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but
And then
few
it
know
flew
when to call
off
the second. And should that
through the fake skybox into space.
harder to find a word with which to classify him
All
and
the
his
prisoners escaped.
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Well, Paimon, it looks like that's another adventure that's all's well that ends well.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your
First mate
well-traveled eye.
Yeah.
Paimon's curious too!
Yes, Farina Fosler is my favorite written character in Genshin.
Watch everything happen from start to finish. What's there to be curious
Okay.
about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with
Still
me.
don't know who my favorite
You're
is.
the best
as far as
incubators of
writing
news,
goes.
if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll
There's an
only
awful
know
lot of
when you
characters
get
to
there.
compare. Finale! I'm just waiting for it to say this character is engaged in another quest. Okay. Back to Poisson. For the finale. It's time for the finale. All and for once. You know the worst part is I fought the all-devouring narwhal. I didn't even get the full fight. And I didn't get the ascension material from it. Is that a Fatui agent?
Navia!
It is.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Yeah, that's right.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. ᵃᵘᵉᵈᵃ. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies.
Okay.
And is helping with our work. Our residents are hard
Fontaine's
at
story
work as
quests have
well.
all been great,
Thanks
though I
to
haven't done
everyone,
Shiori's.
work is
Next
progressing
stream, we're gonna
nicely.
do all the
Plus,
Fontaine
a lot
character
of
story
people.
quests, yeah.
But
Or at
we're
least
moving
we're gonna
forward.
try to do some.
That will have
I don't
to
know
be
how
enough.
long they're gonna be.
Hello, Miss
So how many we
Charlotte.
can do.
I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats.
Duh. So many Fatui agents from Fontaine.
But if you
So many
don't mind,
Fatui agents are
could you not
actually
emphasize our role too
Oceanids.
much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
What does that mean? I don't know newspeak.
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clarence?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat.
Uh,
All right, all right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that,
I
Miss
can't
Charlotte.
focus on anything that she's saying.
You're the
I'm
same as
so
always.
sorry.
Couldn't you do me a favor for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake,
I just can't.
might as well just take a few more
I have
photos
such a
of me,
hard time paying
or of the
attention while she's
traveler.
on the screen.
It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up and smile.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Hang on, one moment.
All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
Nice.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Chlorand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
Never say die?
I'll hazard a guess that
What?
this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Mᴏᴑᴜ.
What?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Miģᴏýᴏ, who told Monsieur Mᴏᴜᴜ, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Mᴏᴜᴜ asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media?
So what?
I told him that
What
it was best
happened
not
with
to speak too
ancient
soon.
Fontaine?
There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
ᶦᵗ'ฐ์.
You're right. I've got to treasure
Is
every
that
moment
a
I have with
completely
them.
different civilization with real
I'll be making a
humans in
move
it?
First.
Stay safe now, and tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Octopus sign. Go to the Fortress of Mᴏᴑᴜ? Oh god, okay. Ugh. Here we go.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh?
Yeah.
There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Man,
Looks like you've been missing us.
I kind of have boots like him, to be honest.
All the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Yeah.
I trust you recall our agreement?
A little arrangement.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle.
The nervousness, the stammering.
The people. Why, you recreated
It's
a
all
myth
there.
back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Oh, you know, it broke down.
Looks like
Oh, you know, we lost it.
exclusive scoop.
We don't know
have
where
to
it is.
apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
Man.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple?
I knew.
Well, then, 2
I
solo
knew.
photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before.
Yeah.
Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
She's a water character.
Ah,
Okay.
ᶦᵗ.
I wonder if how useful she's gonna be. She's probably gonna be a healer,
Miss
right?
Charlotte.
Also.
Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss ᶦᵗ. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Do I have to smile like a human would?
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
It was pretty sick.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too
I can't believe
kind,
nobody
sir.
in the entire country died in that flood. Not one
Not that
single
you would
person.
want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two. I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my
Hydro
duties.
Claymore due to a
As
lack
to
of
what
Hydro
Miss Farina's
Claymore?
departure will mean for the nation, and if
I
our
don't
laws
know.
and governance
That seems
will
like
be
a
transformed,
stretch.
we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time.
Oh, yeah, the secret place. We explored all that
right.
in a series of quests that I didn't mean to do. That was not voiced. The docks at ᶦᵗ'ฐ์Harbor? Isn't that where everything started? For the main series quests? I remember it like it was just last month that we started here. I just wanted the Adventures bandana. I didn't mean to call the bus, sorry.
Yeah. Got him.
Woo! Yeah. Back where it all began.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Guys, who's coming out next on the Genshin banner?
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
We're not your friends.
You could just make a friend like ᶑᵉᵈᵃ here. Isn't that right, ᶑᵉᵈᵃ?
You trying to set up your brother with the Steambird girl?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Dude, she's already asking your number. Come on, man.
Oh, sure. Please, write down my address.
Write down my address?
Sure is working hard to help ᵃᵘ socialize.
Dude, she's already coming over. Oh my god,
He
he's
was
in.
the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
What a champ. What a good sister. Holy fuck. My sister would never do that for me. Sounds like that would suit him.
I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later ᵃᵘ himself.
ᵃᵘ and Sinnoh's
In the
rival? Oh yeah,
future, I
that
think
wolf,
we can
that
link
other wolf
underwater
dude, or
escape
whatever
magic
his
to
name
him,
is.
too.
I don't know.
That
I haven't done
said,
that quest.
Would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with
But
the
it's
first step.
she's coming
He'll
out next
become a
banner.
part of our show eventually.
Next banner for sure.
Lynette, could you come over?
Because then I'll just do a hard skip on ᵃᵘ and get her.
Got it.
She's already getting pictures of the two of them
that
together.
Charlotte
That's so
is
cute.
rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So,
Nice.
how have things been, traveler?
Oh, you know, saving the universe or whatever.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Every time somebody calls ᵃᵘ, like, quotes father, I just think of the picnic scene in the Dr. B's video.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
LOL.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
No, it doesn't have no power. Doesn't the
Agree,
dragon have the
but
water
I've
power
also
now?
heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
That,
I suspect
yeah, I don't
you'll
think
have
we
to
know
ask
that in
him about
character,
that
right?
yourself.
But doesn't
yes,
doesn't the
speaking of
gnosis have no
I
power
did
anymore?
see him strolling around the entrance to the fortress of Mᴏᴏfyᴏ a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
You know, my favorite
They
thing is
say that
that
he's returned to ᵃᵗ
Fontaine's
to
gonna have
recover
no
from his
energy anymore to
wounds.
run anything.
I hear that the recent disaster really did a number
Because the
on his
Hydra
health.
Archon used the power generator to fucking kill herself. Oh man. Well, there, that's what you said for you.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the ᵃᵘ. To think we'd be allies.
Yeah, remember that one girl that we helped in the
So
cavern,
shocked
Paimon?
by such a simple switching of sides?
ᵃᵘ.
Father!
Yeah.
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing. And
Her
meet the
heels have a
traveler
unique
by
sound.
chance.
I watched a video about
Please
it.
do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world.
Good
With
guys.
such a grand goal in mind.
Good guys.
It is inevitable that we must wear many masks.
Only good guys.
Switching my masks is something I've always
What's the deal with magic pockets? Who's to say? I don't know.
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good
How do you mean?
things cannot be achieved alone. And you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Actually, I just remembered something.
A vision?
Yeah, we've been holding on to it.
All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me.
I remember when he first gave that to us.
You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
To
That's
store
right.
Paimon.
Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too.
That's right.
And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets.
But are they magic?
I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends.
And the same
Alright,
things
then.
that happened
We'll
before
be handing
shall
out
happen
pockets
again.
in some other districts later,
And
so we'll
again.
get going now. Have a
And
good day, you
again.
two.
And again.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Novelette's doing?
We talked to Novelette and then we talked to Furina, I bet.
Chat anyway.
The mechanical arts are too profound. Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
My God, she's so fucking fast, dude. Are you seeing this right now?
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Novelette! Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way.
Mm-hmm.
In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting.
Okay.
So I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
Yeah, I still don't know either.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
He sighs softly before telling you the truth concerning what he saw that day. Focalors deceived the heavenly principles and used Furina's endless performance to save Fontaine. How, though? Why didn't they dissolve with the people?
Focalors destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
Thank you, Paimon.
For me, The authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
They could breed with non-Fontainian humans now. Did people not feel a difference when their blood turned from seawater to blood? Like, did nobody notice? Nice.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Alright, another one of these numbers. Okay. Tell me about the initial verdict.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the ᵀᵃ during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second.
No, that was Miğᴏᴏ that did that. I'm on.
Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, it seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So, the future.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Furina has already left.
Great.
What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired.
Yes!
And needed to rest.
It's time to sleep.
Having said that, she then packed
For
her things and
1,000
moved out of
years.
the Opera House. Not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a
Does that mean
normal
she's gonna
life.
age like normal now? Like without the ring?
Plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon.
After Focalor passed
Reclaim
on,
power for the other
ᵃᵃ also
dragons.
ceased to function. This matter will directly
Destroy
affect
the
our
other
funds.
Archons.
After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Judge, jury, and executioner. Very good dragon.
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the ᵃᵃ shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem. which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
True.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Mᴏᴏ, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Still not clear what New Mᴏᴏ is.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So, the Gnosis.
Oh, that's right.
We come to it.
So you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something.
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two ᵏᵘᵃ Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the ᵏᵘᵃ have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations. I thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave.
That's how World War II started.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
So, what do we do now?
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Sure? What's that?
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
I can't wait to fight dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution.
Oh man.
Large numbers of them
this
have entered
sounds
a form
fun.
of coexistence with humanity.
So wait, is it in that direction
Natlan is also the
that it's
nation
showing
of
us?
war. War ravages those lands like
Okay.
an undying flame.
There's a war?
There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Nice.
The captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a
Capitán.
harbinger doing their thing.
No.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
All right. No more.
Hang on a sec.
From me.
Still got a question about Gnosis. When we spoke to Lenny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the ᵏᵘᵃ's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp.
The entire
So regarding
intelligence
this
division.
specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named ᵃᵃ after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Okay. Cutscene?
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
Gestures hand over heart, tilts head, smiles. As
What
always.
next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalors' divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young.
and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
Hopefully.
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
Okay.
The remains of
remains of the third descender.
So that's what the ᵃᵃ actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the ᵃᵘᵃ.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Way better than any Archon has. I'm the fourth descender, Smile. She mentioned one of them, and two, that the one who came before me was already dead.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be
I'm
one
still
of them.
unclear.
That means that the ᵃᵃs,
They're people that
which
are from
exceedingly
beyond the
element-compatible
fake
and can
skybox,
even
right?
enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
I can use elements.
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Yeah, you know.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck.
What do you want me to do? Collect them all instead? I'm gonna get the gym badges, Paimon? Is that what you want?
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking.
Yeah.
The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes.
Done and dusted.
All of Focalors' efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Can you understand?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Yeah! Chapter 5, Act 5 completed. Bum 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 bum. There it is. We just have the makeup interludes that we haven't done. But I think we're caught up on the Archon quest, team. I think we're caught up. Isn't that bananas? What do we got now? Look at this. Beautiful. Furina unlocked. Navia unlocked. Chiori. We'll do the dailies. I'll do the dailies off stream and then unlock Chiori. And then we can do these guys. ᵦᵏ. You know, we could do all the Fontaine characters for next stream. We could do the character quests. We are officially caught up with the Archon quests, you guys. Hold on. Okay, I got it. Okay, we are officially caught up with the Archon quests. Now.
Peace prevails throughout the land, and all things are made new, as buds in the spring. This is an auspicious era for humanity.
It is. We've saved yet another universe, and for the first time ever, destroyed an Archon and returned its rightful power to the elemental dragon. Everything is coming up, Nico, for the first time ever in Genshin Impact. Let's do a tenor on Arlecchino, and then we're going to save up for the next banner. It's a lot of bows. It's a lot of bows. Refunded pull for the Zhongling. Yay! Very nice. All right. Good work, team. Thank you for coming by the stream. I love you all. Have a good night. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go to bed. It's sub 1 o'clock for me. So it's still enough time for me to go to bed and get a proper rest. Have a good night. I will catch you guys probably tomorrow, because I think tomorrow we wanted to try the new stuff in Helldivers with the boyos. So I'm going to see if they're up for that. Take care, and I'll see you then. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Bye.